Russ and the Diamond Cats are on WOUB.
A tough slog up the standings, if at all possible. With the number of games left and with the amount of games Ohio is back, it's going to be hard, if not impossible. 7 games back, 16 games to go, including today. That's just the matter of fact of the situation. However, in speaking with Craig Moore about that, in speaking with some of the players about that, they just want to play their best brand of baseball at the end of the season. They want to play for each other, they want to play for the program, and they want to show respect for the game and for those around them in the game. So this is a very mature approach, albeit in a difficult situation with 16 games left. School is out, so you have nothing but time to think about baseball, and there might not be a conference title to go for. There is no conference tournament this year, but that is changing, and we'll talk about that with a decision from the MAC today. So long story short here, it's a rivalry. It's time to rev it up. These two teams want to beat each other, and they want to play their best brand of baseball no matter how many games they have left and no matter what their situation is. And that's part of the fun and the drama today. Ohio, 8 wins shy of 30 wins this season, 22-15, 13-11 in the Mid-American Conference. Miami at 19-20, 12-13. They've dropped 7 in a row and have won 2 of their last 13. Joe Rock ready to go on the mound. The tall lefty from Pennsylvania will match wits with Benji Broekman, the center fielder for Miami. And we are off to the races at 2:02, and the first pitch comes in as a strike call to the right-handed 282 hitting center fielder for Miami. It is 0-1. 2:02, first pitch, game time temperature 58 degrees. Next one is well outside. It is 1-1. Red Hawks and red tops, gray pants. Clean whites for the Cats, tops and bottoms. Ohio's lefty fires it in, and it's a swinging strike. It's 1-2. Broekman, 3 homers, 25 runs batted in for this ball club that has really had a tale of 2 seasons, which is an overused term. 1-2, turned down to left deep, and that's a solo home run to lead off the ball game for Miami. Benji Broekman breaks Joe Rock, and it's 1-0 Miami to start. A solo swat to left. He was all over that 1-2 pitch. Middle of the screen, maybe about 15 feet fair, down the line and left. Just above and to the right of the retired Mike Schmidt jersey out there. And Broekman meets the rest of his red-clad Red Hawks, and they do a coordinated leap in front of their first base dugout. A home run to start it. It's 1-0 Miami. On pitch number 4 of the ball game, here's Will Vogelsang, 327 hitter, 3 homers, 25 runs batted in, right-handed hitting second baseman. So that's a tough start. You'd like to re-rack it. Take a mulligan. 1-0 Miami. Next one misses high and wide from Joe Rock. 7-1 with the 2.03 ERA. The opposition hitting a minuscule 2.05 against him. 3rd in the league in ERA. And the next one is shot foul. He is 5th in strikeouts. Tops in K's looking. Backwards K. 4th in batting average against. 1-0 Miami to start. 2-1 the count. Squares a bunt, puts it down in front of the mound. Easy for Rock. Turns and fires to first. Knee high, and there's out number 1 as Harry Whitworth Dukes was on the other end.
Number 36, Nate Stone.
Here's Nate Stone. Hits .212, 2 homers, 10 runs batted in. Stone, left-handed hitting left fielder. The outfield, Sebastian Fabik in left. Isaiah Peterson in center, Spencer Harbert in right. Left on left, and the fastball's letter high for a ball. It's 1-0. Infield, Hafner, Weisenseal, Richardson, Whitworth Dukes left to right. Battery of Mason Minzy and Joe Rock with scouts with the radar guns up now. 1-0 pitch. Fastball strike in the outside edge. Count level at a ball and a strike. Bobcats come in 6 wins in the last 12 tries against Miami. Last time they met, MAC tournament, as you heard. Swing and a miss. Swung through a breaking ball. It's 1-2. We'll talk about that 17-inning MAC tournament marathon as we go. There were 550 pitches in that 6-hour and 16-minute game. Hopefully there are far less today. 1-2 coming. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. A little tailing movement. Downward trajectory on that fastball. Strikeout a Stone. Strikeout number 84 on the season for Joe Rock. Bases cleared, 2 gone, top of the first. The Brokman home run breaks us into the ball game. Here's Cole Andrews, their catcher. Wears 15, 244 hitter with a home run and 10 runs batted in. 1-0 Red Hawks, bases cleared, 2 gone. Fastball misses outside, it's 1-0. Cloud cover, misty rain in the morning. That 80 degrees we felt in Kent on Sunday, well, that's long gone for now. 1-0 coming. Low, inside, 2-0. And that's what makes today's 50-degree temperature feel much chillier when you had the, by comparison, summer warmth of last weekend. I mean, that felt good. This doesn't. 2-0 is the count on their cleanup hitting catcher. Low and in, 3-0. This is not a world-beating offensive club, Miami. They are, in fact, last in the league in hitting. In conference games, they're 10th, 235 average. There's a generous strike. It's 3-1. Ohio, by comparison, is 6th in the league in hitting, 5th in conference-only games. 5th in pitching, 3-1, shot foul. First base side out of play. Bobcats 4th in defense overall and in league play. Miami is 8th overall defensively, 10th in league play. So their hitting is taking a nosedive, and the D kicks it around a bit. Payoff pitch, fouled over the screen. We'll do it again at 3-2. Winds out of the west-northwest. This ballpark faces the northeast. So that would mean the winds cutting across from pole in left across the diamond to the right. Payoff pitch, 2 gone, bases clear, top of 1, 1-0 Miami. Andrews swings and misses, strike 3. So a homer, ground out, back-to-back strikeouts, and that's Miami's top of the first. 1-0 Red Hawks as we go to the bottom half of inning number 1 of potentially 16 today. This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WOUB. Online at peoplesbancorp.com. And by Steak and Shake. Steak, burgers, and shakes. 741 East 8th Street in Athens. It'll be good during a doubleheader for sure. The hottest offense in the league is about set to do battle with Miami. The numbers are offensively eye-popping and offensive for the opposition. See what I did there? 1-0 Red Hawks as we started off in the bottom of the first. Solo shot, pitch for the ball game, Benji Brokman. We didn't even break a sweat in the ball game before he hit one out of here, and that was a no-doubter to left. midway up the screen and left.
Leading off for the Bobcats, the center fielder, number
Isaiah Peterson to start it off for the Bobcats. 324 hitter, 9 home runs, 31 runs batted in. Left-handed hitting center fielder with the sun out. Here it is from Jonathan Brand, and on Brand for a strike. It is 0-1. Isaiah Peterson has been really, really good for Ohio, and the numbers bear that out. Right on left to start, and the 0-1 coming. Big swing and a miss. Peterson in the last 3 weekends has 11 hits, and a bulk of those have been of the extra base variety. Ohio has 36 doubles over the last 3 weekends. That is ungodly awesome. 0-2 coming outside. Ohio has 115 hits over the last 3 weekends. 50 of them are extra base hits, and that is a probably all-world 40% ratio. This is smoked on the ground to first. Nice pickup on a dive. Krause. Underhand toss to the bag to Brand covering, and he got there just ahead of the sprinting Peterson. That was a dive towards second, back of the bag, and well back of what would be the infield dirt. There's no dirt here, but that's a really good play for Krause at first. 3-1 if you're scoring along with us, and if you're scoring along with us for a doubleheader in the MAC, you are the coolest cat on the block. Here's Michael Richardson, hits 239. No homers, 10 runs batted in. Right-handed hitting second baseman. Fastball strike from Brand. It is 0-1. So to repeat, 50 extra base hits over the last 3 weekends. 36 doubles, a triple, and 13 homers. Wow. This is rifled foul down the right field side. It's 0-2. On Michael Richardson. Ohio's 7-4 in the last 11 games. Split last weekend against Kent State. Mashed the Mastodons in 3. Took 2 the weekend prior at Northern Illinois. 1-2 the count on Michael Richardson, Ohio's 8-wearing second baseman. Closed up stance, close to the plate, back of the box on the right-hand side of the 1-2. Sent back through the box into center field, base hit. On the screws for Michael Richardson. No no-hitter today for Brand. Here is Harry Whitwer-Dukes. Runner at first, 1 gone. Bottom of the first, 1-0 Miami. Whitwer-Dukes has a 13-game hitting streak. He's hit in 18 of his last 19. He's been hitless in just 6 of his 32 games. Right-handed hitting first baseman wears 12 of the pitch. Generous strike that was about letter high and inside. It's 0-1. During the hitting streak, he is 18 for 50. That's a .360 average during this 13-game hitting streak for Ohio's first baseman. 0-1. Fouled off. Just got a little piece back to the top of the netting. 2 strikes and nothing on the likable Harry Whitwer-Dukes from Fighting Scott to Fighting Bobcat. A lot of those have been extra base hits. Of the 18. 0-2. Line shot center field base hit. That's a 14-game hitting streak now for Harry Whitwer-Dukes. Station to station, Richardson to second. It was on a line, and it was a shot. Cats have something cooking here in the top of the, or rather bottom of the first, and Harry Whitwer-Dukes did not waste a whole lot of time to extend the hitting streak. 14 games now. This guy was a D3 All-American, and he is in the running to be an all-conference cat. Here's Sebastian Fabik. His average has been elevated to .330. 3 homers, 16 runs batted in. Squared to bunt, defensive bunt, rolled up the chalk at first, foul. That pitch was bearing in and up on him, and he defensively had to bunt it down, or else it would have taken his nose off. Fabik, the cleanup hitter. There's 1 gone in the inning. So the bunt is interesting. Here it is. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Fabic's been a guy that has been locked in as well. Last couple of weekends for him have been real good. Has had a couple of Ohio's 13 homers during the last couple of weekends. Right-handed hitting left fielder. Cues this foul. 0-2 the count. 7-inning ball game to start. 9-inning game to follow. Same thing tomorrow because Sunday is going to be a rain day. The Hocking River levels are high. And the old trusted saying, when the Hocking's high, let her fly, from three-point land or at the plate. 0-2 with 2 aboard and 1 gone. Foul tip held on to by Andrews. That's a nice play behind the plate. That was a little bit of a piece into the glove of the Miami catcher for strikeout number 1. And Brand hits 61 strikeouts on his season now. Here's Aaron Levy. Hopefully you heard our pregame open. We go a little longer in baseball with those because we can, but you heard a whole lot of comments from him on the 17-inning game about where this team's at, where he's at, and he's had 16 hits over the last 3 weekends, 7 of which have been extra base hits. Average at .333 now with 5 homers and 18 runs batted in. Got a spot here with 2 gone, bottom of the first. Runners on first and second with Miami on top 1-0 on that solo Brokeman home run. Left-handed hitting DH, eyes one wide. It's 2-0. Levy had 4 hits on Sunday, went 4 for 5, and he had not 1 but 2 Bobcat big flies. One was a line drive, the other was a tape measure tater. 2-0. Fouled back over our heads. It's 2-1. Senior from Cincinnati said his parents are going to be here this weekend. Craig Moore said that he's aware that Miami gave a look at him and potentially at Sebastian Fabic as well. Levy, the 5-hole hitter, wears 30. And the pitch. Popped it up. This is on the infield, back a second. Into the sun sky, Wardwell there, and he does well and makes the catch. Ohio strands 2 singles from the 2- and 3-hole hitters, and Harry Whitworth Dukes adds it to 14 straight games with a hit now. We're through with 1. 7-inning ball game, game 1 of the doubleheader, game 1 of the series. 1-0 Miami. Thanks for listening. This is Bob. Pitch for the ball game was a home run by their leadoff hitter, Benji Brokeman, redshirt freshman from south suburbs of Chicago, South Holland, to Brother Rice High School. And he's the difference in the ball game right now. 19-20, 12-13 Miami, 22-15, and 13-11 Ohio University. Stephen Krause, 5, 6, and 7 scheduled. Krause there, first baseman, hits 171. with 2 homers and 8 runs batted in. It is rare and interesting to see some of the numbers that Miami brings to the table here offensively. This is fisted foul to the screen, right-handed hitting first baseman. It's weird to see them down at or near the bottom of the MAC in a lot of offensive categories. Just might be one of those seasons. Open stance for Kraus, 2 red batting gloves, and the pitch from Joe Rock. He was fooled and he swung through it. 0-2. But they started the year, 17-9. 2-11 in their last 13. 0-2 from Rock. Low and in. 1-2. We'll see very high potential first-round draft pick Sam Bachman tomorrow. 1-2 coming. Check swing and a pitch in the turf, 2-2. I mean, they've got some arms now. But the bats, it's just been curious. This is a Red Hawk Ball Club last couple of years that can really hit the ball well. And they did at the start of the season, so I'm not sure what happened. 2-2 coming. High and wide. Popped the mid of Minzy. Good at bat here for Kraus. Started 0-2. He's battled back 3-2 now. But a 7-game losing streak for them. They were swept at Central Michigan last weekend. 3-2 coming. Called. Strike 3. Fastball at the knees on the inner third. And Joe Rock gets his 3rd strikeout in a row. Of the looking variety, that is a MAC leading 29 now. 3rd strikeout of the ball game. Here's Dalton Back, their DH. Right-handed hitting to the tune of 248. 3 homers and 15 runs batted in. Rock brings it home. Fastball, big swing and a miss. It is 0-1. They've got the Blue Jays-esque numbers, and if you're familiar with 1980s Blue Jays style numbers, you know what I'm talking about. 0-1 pitch, high and wide. 1-1. You can put it in the Google machine. It's worth the Google. Or you could take a look. There's spacing between 2 bars that make up the numbers, and that's how the Blue Jays used to wear it. 1-1. Big swing and a miss. It's 1-2. I think it looks pretty cool. Miami in print across the chest in white. Red tops, gray pants. They're Adidas like Ohio. 1-2 the count, 1 gone, top of 2, 1-0 Miami. Rock brings it home. Back takes 1 high and wide. On the road, Miami is 10-11, 8-8 at home. They started the season sweeping the Dolphins of Jacksonville. Swinging a foul tip into the mid of Minzy for the 4th straight strikeout for Joe Rock. I'd say he's rebounded and re-racked from that leadoff homer by Broekman. Here's Brian Zapp. 218 hitter. Leads the team with 4 home runs. Their 3rd baseman, 13 runs batted in. Sun out now. Really a nice day, but it could stand to be warmer. Left-handed hitting, and he takes a strike in the outside edge. It's 0-1. They lost to Kentucky 5-1. They lost to Florida International 3-1. Absolutely popped the Panthers 21-4. And then lost 8-4. And won 15-6 to split that series in Miami. Florida International is kind of on the western fringe of Miami, and there's nothing but the Everglades out west of there. The pitch to Zapp. That missed high and wide. Rock thought he got his 5th straight strikeout. 1-2 the count. They played a good non-conference schedule. They lost to UConn 5-0. They lost to Coastal Carolina 5-3. Beat Davidson 11-3. 1-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Back-to-back strikeouts. That's 5 in a row. And Rock strikes out the side in the 2nd. 1-0 Miami. Game 1 of the doubleheader, game 1 of the series. We go to the bottom of the 2nd next. This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WOUB. especially on a doubleheader Friday in Southeast Ohio. One hit for the Redhawks, and it was a big fly. It was Benji Brokman on pitch number 4 of the ballgame. We head to the bottom of the second. Jonathan Brand, right-handed throwing junior, serves it up, and this is scalded deep to left center field by Trevor Hafner, and we are tied at 1 as that's deposited beyond the wall, below the scoreboard, a solo shot and another extra base hit. Hafner sends one out of here to tie the ball game at 1. Home run number 38 for the ball club. Extra base hit number 51 in the last 3+ weekends now. Hafner hit a home run in the finale of the series at Kent State, so that's back-to-back games with the dinger for him. That is his 5th on the year and RBI number 13. Here's Mason Minzy, Ohio's right-handed hitting catcher, and he takes a strike from Brand. It is 0-1. So there's a little slot, if you're familiar with Bob Wren, that is just below the scoreboard and above the wall. And that's where Hafner hit it, to the right of the 380 marker and the left of the attack cat in left center field. The question was, would it on the descent be high enough to get out? It was, and we're tied at 1. Minzy takes a slow curve strike, 1-2. This team can swat some extra base hits. That's 14 home runs in the last 3+ weekends now. 1-2 well wide. Andrews is on his left knee. The right leg is extended out, as a lot of catchers are doing now across the game. But these numbers, what Ohio's doing. 2-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. So Brand gets back on the beam with the strikeout. That's his 2nd. Here's Spencer Harbert. Harbert, 292 hitter, 7 homers, 25 runs batted in. Harbert, 11 hits over his last 8 games. Right-handed hitting right fielder. Takes a bender for a strike. It's 0-1. 1 gone, bottom of the second. We're tied at 1. 3 hits for Ohio already. That's 118 in their last 3+ weekends now. Brand with the fastball in for a strike at the knees. It's 0-2. Pitching has been prolific at a lot of spots, but Ohio has unlocked the proper combination. 0-2 misses low and outside. In fact, in Major League Baseball, there have been 3 no-hitters, and Jonathan Means was able to throw it a couple of days ago in Seattle for the Baltimore Orioles. Jonathan Means with the no-hitter against Seattle. That was on, Thursday afternoon? This is fouled off at the plate by Harbert. 1-2 the count. And Means, pretty good story if you want to look it up, on battling to the bigs, and he's a Kansas native and junior college level, and played ball at West Virginia. And the only base runner was on a strikeout where the batter reached. 1-2, low and outside, 2-2 on Harbert. And in fact, on the Major League Baseball app for a while, it said perfect game. If you've got the app, you see when things are going on, no-hitter perfect game. And it was up there for a while, and then they had to change it because they didn't recognize, at least the computer program, that there was a strikeout in which a batter reached. Well, that was really cool to see. It was the game on MLB Network, and was able to tune in to the Orioles radio network, in which there is a Bobcat at the controls. 3-2 the count, 1 gone. Breaking ball called, strike 3. That was a 12-6 curveball that dropped in on Harbert. Back-to-back strikeouts after the Hafner home run. 2 gone, bases empty, bottom of the second. Here's Joe Weisenseal. Weisenseal, Ohio's 9-hole hitting shortstop. Weisenseal hit a double in the Sunday game at Kent State, and he takes a strike. Hits 291, no homers, 13 runs batted in. But yeah, an Ohio Bobcat alum is the producer-engineer on the Orioles radio network, Big Daddy Kevin Reed. 0-1's a strike. It's 0-2. He's tuned in today, so hello. It's cool to hear his name on that broadcast, too. I was able to tune in to the 7th, 8th, and 9th innings of that no-hitter on the Orioles on radio. Next one misses outside, 1-2 on Weisenseal. Kevin, a loyal Bobcat, listens to our broadcasts, and he was the Twins Radio Network producer-engineer for a couple of years, and he was at Winona State in Minnesota, and loyal Bobcat for sure. Just a good man, and more proof that there are spots on the big league level in broadcasting, and he might not even be on the mic, but he could be on the mic too. But those Nat sounds were awesome in the no-hitter, and he was a big part of it. 2-2, roped towards short, caught on a skidding dive by Wardwell, and he does well to end the inning. So hello to Big Daddy Kevin Reed, the producer-engineer on the O's on radio. Congrats in playing a part in that Jonathan Means no-hitter earlier this week. Hope that second shot of the COVID vaccine goes down smooth. We're through with 2. Tied at 1. Solo homer Trevor Hafner in the inning. This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WOUB. We could be broadcasting in Athens and somebody in Baltimore on the way to Camden Yards, or maybe on the way home from work in, I don't know, Idaho, or my parents back home in Illinois, or somebody all the way across the globe in Australia or whoever can listen to our games. Just amazing. As we move to the third in this 7-inning ball game, game 1 of this twin bill. Game 1 of the series, Tyler Wardwell, their shortstop, will stand in. Right-handed hitting shortstop in a ball game tied at 1. 2 solo swats accounting for the runs scored today. Joe Rock has struck out 5 in a row. Wardwell wears 1. Open stance, middle of the box, and the pitch. That dropped low. 2-0. The other no-hitters in Major League Baseball this year, Joe Musgrove for the first no-hitter in Padres history, and Carlos Rodon for the White Sox. There's a strike. 2-1. It was a perfecto into the 9th inning. Carlos Rodon. Talk about battling back. He's a part of that. Next one high and wide on a popping fastball from Joe Rock. 3-1 the count on the 8-hole hitting Tyler Wardwell. Miami was perfectoed last Friday at Central Michigan. 3-1. This is popped up, foul ground, first base side out of play. Jordan Patty threw a 7-inning perfect game in a 14-0 Central Michigan win. And the reason why it was 7 innings is because of the new rule this year, 10 runs after 7, and the game was called. Payoff to Wardwell, fouled back. Bases clear. Top of the third, we're tied at 1. However, if you read the recap on MiamiRedHawks.com, you would not have found a single word that Patty perfectoed Miami. 3-2, hopped in. Gets away from Minzy to the screen, and that's a leadoff walk for Tyler Wardwell. Here's Parker Massman, their right fielder. 182 hitter with a homer and a run batted in, their right fielder, so that homer accounted for his lone leave of the building, and that RBI came at that time too. 9-hole hitting right fielder. I mean, if you're no-hittered or perfectoed, that's something to note, even if you're on the other end. But I'm old school that way, I guess. Throw to first. Back in time is Wardwell. Obviously, it's not fun, but it's just part of the game. And they got back at it the next day, but Central swept them, and that's part of their losing streak. And 3 true outcomes around Major League Baseball at the start of the season have been big, and Ohio bucking the trend offensively with a whole lot of production in a lot of ways. Next one misses low and inside on Parker Messman. He's squaring the bunt with the leadoff man on for a ball club that has been somewhat offensively, surprisingly, challenged. Squared to bunt, pulled it back. That dipped low and inside. 2-0 the count. Home plate umpire had to check his indicator, looked at the scoreboard, flashed up 2 fingers, and that is the proper count. On Messman, squared to bunt, tapped it at the plate, foul. 2-1. But watching Major League Baseball, it has just been a strikeout show. But Andrew Heaney last night for the Angels, I think 10 strikeouts in the first 12 outs in the game. But the Angels turned out to be swept by the Rays. The Rays came back and won last night. 2-1. That's called a strike on a pitch that apparently was in the zone on a bunt attempt that he didn't connect on. 2-2 the count. Nobody gone. Top of the third, leadoff man on Wardwell that ended the string of 5 Ks in a row. Rock from the stretch. And the pitch. Line shot that nearly took his head off and goes into center field for a base hit. That was hit right on the screws, and it was just below head high and just above shoulder high, if you could picture that. And on the follow-through, that light tan mitt nearly connected with the ball. It would have been a look what I found, but thank goodness Rock is all right, and he's manicuring the pellets on that mound. And that's runners on first and second now as Wardwell goes up to second. Hard contact to get it back to Benji Broekman, who hit a homer to start off the ball game. His 4th on the year. Squaring to bunt instead of throw down to second, and Ohio has that runner picked off. There was a daylight play, and they pick off the lead runner in Wardwell. And apparently Wardwell might be a little bit hurt. He's slow to get up as he tried to skid around on that field turf. What would be dirt, but it is a field turf surface there. And a nice job by Rock, who just spun around, threw it back to the on-charging Weisenseal, who then threw to Hafner and back to Weisenseal for the out. So a big play to pick off Wardwell. Ohio picked off a couple of base runners last weekend at Kent State. So 1 gone, runner at first. Complexion of the at-bat changes a bit. Broekman squared to bunt again, takes a strike, it's 0-1. And he didn't like the call at all. Tied at 1, top of the third. Walk and a single, and then the pickoff. Close to the plate, closed up stance. Gentle rock of that bat, and the pitch, swing and a miss. 0-2 the count. Ohio split the series last weekend at Kent State, winning the final 2 games. If you're going to split a series, if you were guaranteed a split, you knew that you were going to get a split. There was no other outcome. You want to win games 3 and 4 to at least feel good about it going home. Cats did. 0-2 called, strike 3. I don't know what Broekman was looking for, and there's no complaint there. That was in the zone, and that's a strike. And that's the 6th strikeout, the second looking 2 gone for Will Vogelsang. Ball game tied at 1, top of the third, runner at first. And these scouts that are here have seen Joe Rock a lot. And what they're seeing today is he's rebounded from a solo homer in the first to get a ground out and 2 strikeouts. Struck out the side in the second. Squaring to bunt is Vogelsang with a runner going. Throw down to second. No, not in time. Massman gets in there on a stolen base. And on the bunt square, he pulled it back. It is 1-0 on a pitch that was inside. So in addition to all the other stuff that they notate, velocity, movement, character, that kind of stuff, I'm sure that they want to see how a potential high draft pick rebounds from a little bit of a setback. Walk, single, strikeout here this inning. There was a pickoff there too. Rock is pretty even-tempered. You can't knock the Rock. 2 gone, man at second, swing and a miss. 1-1 the count. That stolen base for Miami, by the way, is their 43rd. And for Parker Massman, that is stolen base number 1 in 2 attempts. Vogelsang's their 2-hole hitter. Good hitter, squared to bunt, and he fouled it off. There's 2 gone in the inning and a runner in scoring position. Will Vogelsang is a .327 hitter. He is their best hitter in a ball game tied at 1. Rock is a strike away from getting out of it, and his 7th strikeout of the game. Here it is. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. He did get out of it. It is his 7th strikeout. The scouts will love that. Notate that he had the leadoff walk and a single, got a pickoff, got a strikeout. That's 7 through 3. We're tied at 1. To the bottom of the third we go. This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WOUB. More clouds and sun right now, but that's going to vary as the day goes along as we're tied at 1. Solo homer, Benji Brokeman for Miami. Solo homer, Trevor Hafner for Ohio. No homers in the top of the third inning for Miami. Joe Rock has 7 strikeouts. And Jonathan Brand, Jr. from Georgia, has been pretty good too. He's given up 3 hits, but he struck out 3. Back to the top of the lineup, Isaiah Peterson here for the Bobcats, left-handed hitting center fielder. Grounded out 3-1 on a good play to start off the bottom of the first. Bobcat Baseball on the radio supported by the Hugh White family of dealerships. Online at visithughwhite.com. Isaiah squared to bunt, pulled it back, took a ball low and in. It's 1-0. 11 hits over his last 3 series. We've already seen the hitting streak increase for Harry Whitworth Dukes. Peterson squared to bunt, pulled it back. I don't know if that's just a troll Miami or not. They tried to square to bunt about 100 times in the top of the third. Peterson showing bunt here, and he's taken 2 balls. Not bunting here. Big fly, shallow right. Coming in right center, Massman. Out Vogelsang at second. And it is Massman, the right fielder, who makes the chest-high squeeze with two hands. One gone here in the top, or rather bottom of the third, and we're tied at one. Here's Michael Richardson. He singled in the first. Again, a 7-inning contest to start. 9 innings in the evening cap of this doubleheader. Same template tomorrow. This is rolled up the line at first foul for Michael Richardson, Ohio's right-handed hitting second baseman. Rain expected on Sunday, and that's a washout day. And so Miami got here yesterday, and the Brain Trust spoke, and they figured that today was a good day for a doubleheader. Tomorrow would be 2. 1-1 to count on Michael Richardson. Even with nobody on, it's basically from the stretch for Brand. Blew it past him on a letter-high fastball. Swing and a miss for Richardson. It's 1-2. Bobcats with just one MAC Series win. That was a sweep of Eastern Michigan. 1-2. Called strike 3. Inside edge. Good pitch. And to Brand's credit and to the umpire's credit, that's the same pitch called the same way for both sides. That's strikeout number 4 for Jonathan Brand. Here's Harry Whitworth Dukes. 14-game hitting streak. 19 for his last 51. 360-ish with a bullet. Ohio's 3-hole hitting right-handed first baseman. Takes one low and in. It's 1-0. I mean, this is just an awesome story. Guy that played D3 ball, and there's nothing wrong with D3 ball. There are a lot of guys on the D3 level that could play on the D1 level. I've always thought that talent evaluation is in the eye of the beholder, and there, I'm sure, are a lot of guys on the D1 level that might not be D1 worthy. But anyway, HWD, certainly D1 worthy. 2-0, misses limit outside. It's 3-0. Bases clear, 2 gone, bottom of the third, and the ball game tied at 1. But yeah, he's making a bid for an all-conference selection. 3-0, fastball strike right down Court Street. It's 3-1. And as mentioned, you heard the pregame open last week. He really just wanted to challenge himself, see if he could do it. And has he? 3-1, outside, ball 4. On base again. I mean, you cannot keep these guys, and this guy in particular, off the base paths. Here's Sebastian Fabic.
Left fielder number 34, Sebastian Fabic.
Struck out in the first. It really is a shame there isn't a conference tournament this year, because the way that Ohio's playing down the stretch now, they feel pretty good about what they're doing, and they'd feel pretty good about any size of a tournament. Breaking ball strike to Fabic, who struck out in the first inning. But the conference tournament's coming back next year. 4 teams at the site of the regular season champion. That was announced today. 0-1 with 2 gone. Fly ball center field. Brokman will drift back. Got turned all the way around. It's back to the warning track wall and gone. Carried out of here. And the Cats keep crushing the ball. 3-1 Ohio. 2-run big fly for Sebastian Fabic. Second homer of the ball game for Ohio. That is home run 15 over the last 3+ weekends now. Brokman got turned all the way around to the right of straightaway center and to the left of the Attack Cat logo on that right center field wall. It just kept on going. It was a towering shot, and it cleared the wall maybe by a couple of feet, but that's because it was hit so high. Fabic with the 2-run shot. Ohio on top 3-1. Here is Aaron Levy, and he takes one low and inside. It's 1-0. And that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. Peterson flew out, strikeout of Richardson, but a good at-bat for Harry Whitworth Dukes, and then Sebastian Fabic with a big fly, and here's Aaron Levy. Hit 3 homers at Kent State last weekend. Does he have another one in him? He's got 5 on the year, and the pitch. Dropped the bat head on it, loops it foul, third base side out of play. But you heard from him in the pregame open. Hitting is contagious. I don't care if somebody tells you that it's not. It really is, and these guys have strung good at-bats together for a couple of weekends now. There's a strike on a change of pace from Jonathan Brand. It's 1-2. But these guys are seeing good at-bats from their teammates. They're talking hitting, and they are hitting. 1-2, bouncing ball that's gloved on the mound by Jonathan Brand. Runs halfway, underhand toss the rest away for the out. Levy hit it hard, but right back to the top of the mound. A 2-run big fly for Sebastian Fabic, the difference in the game as we go to the 4th in this 7-inning contest. Ohio 3, Miami 1. This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WOUB. Top of the 4th innings on. Welcome back to the Wren. 3-4-0 for Ohio. 1-2-0 for Miami of Ohio. Top of the 4th. Joe Rock back on the mound. After striking out 2 to end the 3rd, Nate Stone, the 3-hole hitting left-handed left fielder, taps it foul. It's 0-1. Homers accounting for all 4 of the runs today. Broekman, 4 pitches in. Hafner and Fabic for Ohio. 0-1, big swing and a miss. It's 0-2. And it's not like these are wind-aided home runs. The wind's blowing from the west-northwest, so it's cutting across the diamond, not blowing from the south-southwest and blowing out. 0-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. That's 8 for Joe Rock. There have been 10 potential outs. There have been 10 outs. So 8 of the 10 have been of the strikeout variety. Here's Cole Andrews, their catcher. He struck out the first. So that's 3 in a row after Rock struck out 5 in a row earlier. I'd say that's pretty good. This is fouled back to the screen. It's 0-1. If you're watching the video stream today, Jason Chapino is the guy that's running that. 2 booths to my right. It is his birthday today, and there's no place he'd rather be than at Bob Wren Stadium manning the video stream of a doubleheader. 0-1, roped down the line and left foul. It's 0-2. I mean, where else would you rather be on your birthday than at Bob Wren Stadium in Athens, manning the video stream of a 7-inning and a 9-inning doubleheader? Happy birthday. 0-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. That's 9. That's 4 in a row. Of the 11 potential outs, 2 have been in play of the 11 outs. A 1-3 put out, and then a pickoff. That's it. 2 gone, top of the 4th, 3-1 Ohio. 5-hole hitter, Stephen Krause, takes one outside. It's 1-0. So happy birthday to Jason Chipino, a loyal Bobcat graduate. He's got some English Premier League to watch this afternoon. 1-0 misses low and inside. He is a bastion of the beautiful game. (2-0) gets under this and flies it to left. Actually, straightaway center. Coming in on the ball is Peterson, and he makes the catch. And that's a 1-2-3 inning. And Miami is done at the top of the fourth. Off the bat, I thought it was going to left. Then I saw Pete in center, and he was right there. Just to the left of straightaway center, about 10 feet in front of the track. And the inning's done. Rock is rolling. Happy birthday, Jason Chipino. 3-1 Ohio. This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WEB.
Baseball on WOUB.
I tell you what's juicy. Rick's got the grill fired up today. I could smell some of that wafting into the booth with the windows open here at Bob Wren as we go to the bottom of the fourth and Ohio on top 3-1. Best grill in the MAC and has to be one of the best grills in all of college baseball. I'm telling you, it's good. Here's Trevor Hafner. He homered in the second, and he takes one living outside from Jonathan Brand. It's 1-0. 3-1 Cats. Bottom of the fourth, game one of a double dip. We'll be here for a while. 1-0 pitch coming. Swings through a breaking ball. The tip of that bat is yellow, and you can see that, maybe neon yellow, as he swung through the breaking ball. 1-1. Brand has some good stuff, and the numbers bear that out. Brand 2-2 with a 4.76 ERA. He varies speeds well, gets a called strike. It's 1-2. Moves it up and down, in and out of the zone. Native of Georgia. East Georgia State transfer to Oxford. Next one, skates Loman outside. 2-2. Junior right-hander, Jonathan Brand. On the Perrysburg product, Trevor Hafner. Good to see his parents in Northeast Ohio last week. This is sent on a line to left, but they played him well. Stone comes in about 3 steps and makes the catch. For out number 1. Even in outs, Ohio hits the ball well.
The catcher, number 10, Mason.
Here's Mason Minzy. Strikeout victim in the second. Brand has 4 Ks today for 19-win Miami. Ohio 22-15, 13-11 in the league. Ohio split with these guys back in 2019. That hops in to the right-handed hitting catcher. It's 1-0. Ohio lost the opener 5-1, won game 2 4-3. It was a beautiful day on that Sunday, but pitch misses outside. It's 2-0. But that was a day you might remember where it was a beautiful day and there was a look at a puddle for about 3 hours in center field. No joke. It was a puddle out there in center. Breaking ball misses high. It's 3-0. And everybody just kind of took turns looking at that puddle to see if it was clearing up, if it was soaking into the grass and if it would be playable to play. But we were puddled out of that game, and that's how that series ended. A win aside. Next one misses outside. Mason Minzy draws a one-out free pass. Here's Spencer Harbert, struck out in the second. I mean, it rained, I remember the night before, and turned out to be a beautiful day, and we were all just kind of waiting for baseball to be played, but there was that one puddle in center field. I didn't actually eyeball it. I didn't go out there. But Miami then boarded the bus and headed back home. Harbert takes a bender's strike. That's a good, and you don't see it much, a 12-6 curve. It's 0-1. Then, in the MAC tournament, in that elimination game, the two teams met, and Ohio won 6-5 in 6 hours. We'll talk more about that game as we go along this weekend. We'll have the time. 0-1 coming. Harbert fouls it over the screen, out of play. Runner at first, one gone. Bottom of the fourth, and Ohio on top 3-1. Sun out here. Clouds overhead, but it would be partly sunny. Then it will be partly cloudy later. Hit on the ground, foul, wide of third. Should be decent day tomorrow, and then all rain all day Sunday. And there'll be puddles on the field, but the series will be done. Harbert, Ohio's 8-hole hitter. And the pitch. Called. Strike 3. Took something off a fastball, and Harbert must have been looking for something else. That's a good pitch. That's 5 strikeouts. Second time that Harbert has gone down. That's a backwards K. Here's Joe Weisenseal. 2 gone. Runner at first, and Ohio on top 3-1. Last of the fourth. Weisenseal lined out in the second. Hits here now in the fourth. And the pitch. Fly ball, right center field. Ball hit pretty well. Long run, Massman in right, Brokeman in center. It's Massman with that left hand up right in front of the track, just to the left of the 380 marker. That was hit well by Weisenseal, but the inning is done. No runs, no hits, no errors, and a man left. A one-out walk does nothing for Ohio. Cats lead 3-1. We go to the fifth. Game 1 of the doubleheader, 7-inning ball game. Game 1 of the series from Athens. This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WOUB. GoMart. 8 locations in Southeast Ohio. Online at gomart.com. Fueled up at a GoMart yesterday. Made a trip over to Parkersburg yesterday. It's a regional hub. Got a haircut. Went to a GNC. Pike Street location. Got a little pre-workout powder. Saw Kelly and Jade at that GNC in Parkersburg. Cherry Slush, the new flavor of the pre-workout powder. It is as tasty as you think. Top of the fifth, Ohio on top 3-1. Joe Rock back on the bump, and this is fouled to the screen by Dalton Back, their DH, who was struck out in the second. Rock with 9 strikeouts through 4 innings. Fly out, ground out, pickoff. The other 3 outs. 4 pitches in was a home run by their leadoff hitting center fielder. Benji Broekman. 0-1 low, 1-1. Back their 6-hole hitting DH. Ahead of Brian Zapp, their third baseman. Minzy sets up outside the pitch. That missed the mark and might have been a cross-up. Missed low and in on a heater. It's 2-1. One afternoon game in Major League Baseball. It is the Pirates. It is the Cubs. Chicago, after sweeping the Dodgers, takes on the Buccos today. 2-1 high and away. It's 3-1. And already, Chicago leads 2-0. Top of the third. Cubs trying to get to 16 up and 16 down. The Batlin Buccos back from San Diego, 13 and 17. Jock Peterson, an RBI single in that game already. 3-1 popped up, foul ground, first base side, heading towards the hill and out of play. That is a Trevor Cahill v. Zach Davies matchup there. Davies has had a rough go to the start of his year. Former Brewer. 3-2 the count, nobody gone, top of the fifth. Rock looking for his 10th. Didn't get it, popped it up, foul ground, first base side. Harry Whitworth Dukes over and eyes this foul. Next game on the docket, mentioned Kevin Reed and the O's on radio, Matt Harvey. Matt Harvey's 3-1, the former Met. He and the Orioles take on the Red Sox tonight at Camden Yards. Thank goodness every game of the Nationals and Yankees is on national TV this weekend. Patrick Corbin v. Jamison Tyon tonight at the big ballpark in the Bronx. Payoff pitch coming. Swinging a fly ball to left, hit pretty well, moving back on it, Fabic. He's at the warning track, back of the wall, and that's off the base of the wall, just to the left of the 380 marker. It's a stand-up two-banger for Dalton Back, who sent it way back to left. Third hit of the day for Miami. Broekman, Massman, and now Back with the double. Back's a 248 hitter. Here's Brian Zapp. That's Zapp with 2 Ps. That's double number 64 for them. That for Back is his 10th. Tied for the lead on their ball club with Nate Stone, their 3-hole hitting left fielder. Leadoff man on for the third time today. We're in the fifth. 3-1 Ohio. Rock with the big kick, and he delivers. Bunt put down, foul at the plate, and that got a piece of Mason Minzy. Might have been on his wrist or right hand. Umpire was going to give him a little time, but he didn't need it. And he'll shake it off back in the stands behind the plate. 0-1. 3-1 Ohio in the fifth. It is late, as it's a 7-inning ball game. Tying runner at the plate, though. There's 7-hole hitting third baseman. Left on left. Infield in at the corners. The 0-1. Square to bunt, put down up the third baseline, foul. 0-2. There have been a lot of squaring to bunt in this ball game, but the ratio of getting bunts down and attempting a bunt has been a tad bit off. Will the bunt still be on with 2 strikes? Ohio still with the corner infielders pinched in. Rock with the look at second. He's holding in the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That's 10. Dropped by Minzy. Throws to first with Whitworth Dukes there. And you got to be mindful of the runner at second. And Ohio's defense was. So 1 gone. Runner at second. 10 strikeouts for Joe Rock. Here's Tyler Wardwell, their shortstop. Walked to lead off the third, then was picked off. Rock, who was named Pitcher of the Week a couple of weeks ago. has 10 strikeouts now, the Aliquippa, Pennsylvania product. Left on right, the pitch. Popped up, foul near the Red Hawk dugout, giving Chase Whitworth Dukes, but that's just a strike. It's 0-1. If you're wondering about high for strikeouts, 2 starts ago, Joe Rock had 14. He's been in double figures now 4 times. The other 2 were 12 against Wisconsin-Milwaukee and 12 to start off the season at Radford. He's at 10 now in the top of the 5th. Runner at second, 1 gone, the 0-1. Right down Court Street with the fastball. It's a strike. It's 0-2. He's a strike away from his 11th. Wardwell, close to the plate, right-handed side, gentle rock of the bat, runners going, swinging a bouncing ball to second. There is Richardson, looks the runner at third, throws to first in time, 2 gone. So a rare ball in play. 2 gone, runner at third. Ohio on top, 3-1, top of the 5th. More cloud cover now than sun. Here's the 9-man in the lineup, right fielder Parker Massman. He singled in the 3rd. One of 3 Red Hawks base hits. Rock brings it home. Swinging a foul tip, 0-1. The Red Hawks had 2 runners on in the 3rd. That's been it. This is the first runner to get to 3rd. That's Dalton Beck. 0-1. Bouncing ball up the line at 3rd, foul. So Joe Rock is a strike away from getting his 11th. Strike away from navigating around a leadoff double. Every pitch is at his disposal now. Which one will he and Minzy lock in on? 0-2, fastball fouled. Towards the Hocking as the wind picks up from left to right across the diamond. 0-2. Rock's father and uncle were in Kent last weekend. Good to see them. 0-2 pitch coming from Joe Rock. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That's 11. And the Red Hawks are done in the 5th. How about that, Joe Rock? Leadoff double, strikeout, ground out, strikeout. Inning over. We head to the bottom of the 5th in this 7-inning ball game. Game 1 of the doubleheader, game 1 of the 4-game series. 3-1 Ohio. This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WOUB. We've had to navigate through some technical difficulties at a couple of ballparks this year, but he's always been right there for us. We appreciate his work on this Friday afternoon. 3-1 Ohio, we go to the bottom of the 5th. Isaiah Peterson with a exaggerated shift to his pull side. He is a left-handed hitter, Thought about putting it down, did, but foul on a bunt. It's 0-1. 0 for 2 today against Jonathan Brand. Squared a bunt, pulled it back again. It's 1-1. Yeah, if they're just giving you the left side hole, especially with Ohio's proficiency to pop extra base hits, just drop it down and take it. You get it past the pitcher and you can run. 1-1. Tried to do it again, but pulled it back and took a pitch that's a strike. That looked to be outside. It's 1-2. Even with 2 strikes, if you could just guide it out there, that is a free base hit. 3-1 Ohio, bottom of the 5th. Yeah, there is nobody on that left side of the infield. Zap just to the left is second. Peterson shoots it the other way, but fouled at the Bobcat bullpen. The Pump It Up song would play heading into the 7th in Game 1. And everybody in that bullpen is right up against the rail. That's not trying to show anybody up. It's just been really cool. And they've hit some national notoriety with their antics down there to pump it up going into a closeout inning. 1-2 is well wide from Brand. It's 2-2. 58-degree day, UV index at 7, which is good tanning weather, albeit not at 58 degrees. So swing and a miss, strike 3. Brand went low and in and beat Pete for strikeout number 6.
The second baseman, number 8, Michael.
Jonathan Brand isn't bad. Junior from Georgia. He's 2-2 with the 4.76 ERA. Here's Michael Richardson, 1 for 2 today, singled in the first. And he takes one low. It's 1-0. There is some activity in the Red Hawk bullpen. Nobody up in the Bobcat pen. Joe Rock with 11 strikeouts, trying to go to 8-1 on the year. 1-0. Hit the spot, but it was outside. 2-0. More sun than clouds now. 2-0 pitch. Lost the handle on that and missed inside with the breaking ball. It's 3-0. Outfield straight up. Infield is 2. No shift for Richardson, a 239 hitter. 3-0. Low and away. Ball 4. Walk number 3 for Brand. 1 out, free pass here, bottom of the 5th. And here's Harry Whitworth Dukes. Been on twice, single in the first, walk in the third. Hitting streak up to 14 games now for Harry Whitworth Dukes, HWD. Ohio up by a 2 spot, looking for more. 3-hole hitting first baseman, takes one low and in. 1-0. Brand uses the right side of that rubber from the stretch and brings it home. Fastball strike, good pitch. Maybe some late movement on that. Count level at a ball and a strike. Sebastian Fabic on deck, and he hit a 2-run homer in the third. Ohio, 2 homers today, Hafner and Fabic. Throw to first, chases Richardson back. Bobcats aren't speed demons by any stretch. 30 stolen bases this year, 39 attempts, so when they elect to go, they go with success. Runner going, hit and run on, slow roller toward short, charging as Wardwell throws to first, got him. He had to get something on that throw, and he did. And Krause hung on to the bag at first with the stretch. Dukes nearly rolled one on the infield for his second hit of the day. 2 gone, runner at second, bottom of the 5th, 3-1 Ohio. Here's Sebastian Fabic. Fabic with 2 outs in the third. Hit one out of here. Just kept going. got way under it, so the launch angle must have been awesome. Right on right. Fabic, Ohio's cleanup hitter, takes this deep to left center field. Long run for everybody, and a leap at the end by Broekman, and he made the catch. Dead sprint to his right. Middle of the outfield and left center field. Got a good read on the ball, and he keeps Fabic and the Cats away. Ohio strands a one-out walk. We're through with 5, 3-1 Cats. This is a 7-inning ball game, game 1 of the doubleheader. From Athens, this is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WOEB. Three, 4-0 for the defenders of the Hawking. 1-3-0 for the Red Hawks from Southwest Ohio. 3-1 Bobcats as we go to the 6th.
The center fielder, number 11.
Benji Broekman, who led off the ball game with a solo homer and struck out in the 3rd, plays a good center field, and he leads off the 6th against Joe Rock, who has 11 strikeouts, and you always double down on 11, and you get the king, and you win. First one hops in, it's 1-0. On Twitter, Ohio_baseball. That's the program handle. My last name is spelled E-I-S-E-N-S-T-E-I-N. 1-0 pitch. Fastball missed outside. Russ, the first name, and it's Russ Eisenstein on Twitter. And if you follow me, you'll see all kinds of high life on the road or at home. 2-0, bouncing ball headed up the middle, backhand pickup, back of the infield turf. Richardson throws to first, and Broekman wasn't exactly breaking it down the line. For a 3 on the putout, here's Will Vogelsang.
The second baseman, number 2.
He was out by a number of feet. Here's Will Vogelsang. Vogelsang ground out and strikeout. Right-handed bat, and the first one bounces in from Rock. It's 1-0. So Joe Rock trying to go 8-1 and 11 starts. He's gone the distance 3 times. He has 94 strikeouts this year. Today he has walked 1. There's a fly ball, hit to center, easy for Peterson. Started back, now dances to his left and makes a head-high squeeze with that black mitt for out number 2. Here's Nate Stone. 3-1 Ohio, top of the 6th, bases clear, 2 gone.
Number 36, Nate Stone.
So you've got Rock facing Stone. Paper and scissors on deck and in the hole. Right on left, and there's a strike. Now, these scouts have heard everything from every kind of announcer anywhere, but I know that was a good line because a trusted scout below us here. I appreciate you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Tell your GM about me. 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. 0-2. 2 gone, bases clear, top of the 6th. 3-1 Ohio on top. We're trying to bring it at a big league level here in the Mid-American Conference. And Joe Rock is heading to the bigs. Trying for 12 strikeouts. Didn't get it there on a pitch that was low and outside. It is 1-2. And as mentioned, I mean, these scouts, they see a lot of guys, and they've got to log a whole lot of miles and hours. They are integral in your big league team success. Check swing and a bender low and outside, it's 2-2. And if you hear GMs talk, if you hear organizational guys talk, just all the steps to find guys. I mean, it is just an eye-popping number of miles and hours put in to get guys to the big leagues. Rock's headed there. 2-2. Hopped in. 3-2. 3-1 Ohio, top of the 6th. 4 hits for the Cats, 3 for Miami. Got a 9-inning ball game to follow. Rock trying to get through and roll through 6. Payoff pitch coming to Nate Stone. Swinging a foul tip, and Minzy couldn't hang on. That was up and in, and I really don't know how Stone connected with that. And it took an odd angle ricochet, and Minzy did well to try to glove it for the 12th strikeout, but couldn't. Bobcats on top by 2. Bases cleared, top of the 6th. Rock with 11 strikeouts, looking for 12 right here. Swinging a bouncing ball foul. Good at bat here for Nate Stone. 212 hitter. Their left-handed hitting left fielder. And he's hanging with them in that box. Has that guard on the right side of his helmet covering up his cheek. Rock peers over that tan mitt. And it's fouled again. Over the screen and out of play. Stone hanging tough against Rock. Another payoff pitch with 2 gone in the 6th, and Ohio on top by 2. Swinging another foul tip at the plate. Wow. Stone is solid. Rock trying to roll through 6. I mean, this is all about placement now. Payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3, but it hopped away from Minzy. To his right, picks it up, can't fire to first. So Stone, even in a strikeout, reaches first. And really, to be fair, that quality at bat deserved something. And he gets on. So, strikeout number 12, but
The catcher number 15, Cole Andrews.
Stone is on at first. Here's Cole Andrews. And it took just the right sort of ricochet on the swing and a miss off of the mitt, or actually right guard of Minzy, to the right of the plate circle. And it was a bare hand pickup, but no throw. 1 on, 2 gone, top of 6. Here it is for Cole Andrews. And that skates low and outside. It's 1-0. No activity, no throwing in the Bobcat bullpen. 7-inning ball game. Ohio on top by 2. Game 1 of the doubleheader. Left on right. Jackknifing fastball in there for a strike. Had some late movement on it. It's 1-1. Andrews hits .244. Strikeout in the first, strikeout in the 4th. Lucky 13, 2 strikes away. 1-1, roped into center, base hit. Hitting second and stopping there on a big turn is Stone. So Andrews is on back-to-back base runners. Hit number 4 of the day for Miami. Here is Steven Krause, their first baseman. Jason Derulo playing at the softball field. You might hear that in the crowd mic. Softball home this weekend too. Spring sports season in a congested January to now in May. Time called. And are we going to get a pinch runner here? What's up? What do you got on the grill today? Well, I don't want to put you out. What do you got?
I've got
Sausage and peppers.
cheeseburger,
Cheeseburger. The grilled chicken sandwich. Now that sounds good and healthy. That'd be great. Time called. Mitch Moorman out to the mound.
Pitch run number 37, Mac Hippenhammer.
Mac Hiphammer. Great name for one, and potentially a fast runner for two. Is a pinch runner for the Red Hawks now. He would be the trail runner at first. He would be the potential tying runner as Mitch Moorman comes out to the mound to visit with his entire infield and battery. So this got a tad bit tense all of a sudden. 2 gone, top of the 6th, Ohio on top 3-1. Meeting done. Moorman wearing the hooded black sweatshirt. Ohio in the arch on the front side in green. Has a good presence as he comes out to the mound. And now back to the dugout. 2 gone. Kraus, first baseman, 0 for 2 today. Struck out looking and flown out. And there's a strike. It's 0-1. He's a 171 hitter, has 2 homers and 8 runs batted in. 0-1 the count. Rock trying to get through the 6th. Kicking the pitch. Swing and a miss. He was late on it. Fastball just below the knees. 2 strikes and nothing on Steven Kraus. 3-1 Bobcats. Red Hawks are battling here in the 6th. They've had some good at-bats. Stone, bunch of foul balls, and then the Andrews single. Open stands for Kraus, and the pitch. Popped him up. This is into shallow right center. Actually, it carries. Out towards right, Harbert's there. Eyes it and makes the catch. Head high with one hand with that black med, and Rock rolls through 6 with 12 strikeouts. Strands 2. 3-1 Ohio. This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WOEB. One of the doubleheader as we bring a partly cloudy day in Southeast Ohio to you wherever you're tuned into the broadcast. We got 9-inning ball game for you to follow. Same order of operations tomorrow. I believe there's another graduation at Peden Stadium set up. New pitcher into the ball game for Miami. There's not printed information anymore. Actually, nope, it still is Brand. My apologies. There was a change defensively. And I heard Mike Schulze announce it over the PA, but I did not see the umpire address where that change was made. So bear with me here as we figure that out. Bottom of the 6th, 3-1 Ohio. Brand still out there. First pitch to Aaron Levy, swing and a miss. It's 0-1. Levy today, 0 for 2. You heard from him in our pregame open today, talking about a whole lot of topics for this 22-15 Bobcat bunch. 0-2. Brand last allowed that 2-run homer with 2 gone in the third. After that, Ohio has had 2 base runners, both on walks. Brand brings it home and misses, low and inside. Nate Stoles is the catcher now, and there's strike 3 on Aaron Levy. That's strikeout number 7 for Brand. Stoles in to catch for Miami. Here's Trevor Hafner. One gone, bottom of the 6th, 3-1 Ohio. Hafner swings through a breaking ball. Brand has a good arsenal of pitches here. And some movement that Ohio hasn't been able to figure out all the way through. Hafner hit the homer in the 2nd, lined out in the 4th. Hits here now in the 6th. That tails away a little piece, maybe off the bat of Hafner for a foul into the catcher's mitt. 0-2. Ohio has 4 hits. Miami has 4 hits. 0-2, way high. 1-2. Next one from Brand. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That's back-to-back strikeouts here in the 6th. That's 8 Ks. Here's Mason Minzy. Bases cleared, 2 gone, bottom of the 6th, 3-1 Ohio.
Number 10, Mason Minzy.
Brand, 2-2 with a 4.76 ERA, his 11th start. And he's trying to strike out the side. Well, of course, the answer is always yes. Yeah. No, I know it. You're meticulous, and I like that. We got a grilled chicken sandwich coming with the peppers and the onion. Oh, it's going to be good. The pitch is a breaking ball strike. 0-1 on Mason Minzy, who struck out in the 2nd, walked in the 4th. This is the best grill in the MAC. No question. 0-1. Hit the mitt, but was outside. Actually, 2-1 the count on Minzy. They issue signs, and then Brand checks a indicator on his left wrist, and that one's outside. It's 3-1. That's rare. You don't see that often. (3-1). Fouled back to the screen. Three and 2. Payoff pitch. In the dirt or in the turf. Ball 4. Good at bat. Mason Minzy with a 2-out walk. Here's Spencer Harbert.
The right fielder, number 4, Spencer Harbert.
Harbert, the 8-hole hitter, struck out, swinging and looking. 2 gone, bottom of the 6th, 3-1 Ohio. And here it is. In there for a strike, it's 0-1. If you're following the Premier League, Newcastle leads Leicester 2-0. 2-0. 39th minute. 0-2 the count. Back stateside, it is now 3-0 Cubs. Single tallies in each the first, second, and third innings. Birthday boy Jason Chapino is a die-hard Pirate fan, and he is furious. 0-2 with the runner holding. Bouncing ball heading up the middle. Shortstop there is Wardwell. Goes to first in time, and the inning is done. Time to pump it up as we go to the 7th. 3-1 Ohio. This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WEB. 1-4-0 for the Red Hawks. Game 1 of the doubleheader, game 1 of the series. 7-inning contest. It's the top of the 7th in a save situation for Brett Manis. Bobcat bullpen getting after it down the line. You've seen the videos. Bobcat dugout is 2. Manis making his 12th appearance. 2-1 with the 2.89 ERA. 5 saves this year, looking for 6. Opposition hitting a .310 average against him, which is rare to see for the Cat closer from Port Huron, Michigan. Dalton back, Brian Zapp, Tyler Wardwell scheduled for the Red and White of Miami. Bobcats trying to go 8-4 in their last 12, trying to extend Miami's losing streak to 8. And the first one from Manis, cued foul to the right of the Red Hawk dugout. It's 0-1. Back today, struck out in the 2nd, doubled in the 5th. He has one of their 4 hits. 6-hole hitting, right-handed, 32 wearing, Dalton back. So 12 strikeouts on the day for Joe Rock. Walked a pair, swing and a miss. 0-2 quickly on Dalton back. Manis has struck out 14. He's walked 3. He's a strike away from his 15th and the 13th today for Red Hawk batting. 0-2. Swing and a miss. Knocked away by the follow-through and off of the right protective guard of Mincy, who fires a strike to first for the K. That is strikeout as mentioned. 15 for Manis. Strikeout 13 on the day for Bobcat pitching. 1 gone, top of 7. Here's Brian Zapp. And we'll get a pinch hitter here for Zapp.
Now batting number 33, Jacob Hensor.
Jacob Hensor is the batter. Hensor, Hensor, freshman from Petersburg, Pennsylvania. 6 foot 174, right-handed batter, close to the plate, right-hand side, and the pitch from Manis. There's a strike. It is 0-1. So Zapp's day is done with 2 strikeouts. Hensor waits. Fly ball center field. Peterson back 2 steps. Makes the head-high squeeze. For out number 2. Hensor now is 3 for 20. Fly out. 2 gone. Top of 7. 3-1 Ohio. Here's Tyler Wardwell, who today walked in the 3rd, grounded out in the 5th. Bright sunshine now at the ballpark, shining on potentially Ohio's 23rd win of the season and 14th in MAC play. Here it is from Manis. Change-up strike. It's 0-1. If there were a conference tournament this year, legitimately, Ohio would have a chance. 0-1 pitch. Popped him up. This is on the right side of the infield. Harry Whitworth Dukes is there with a 2-handed catch. Paint it green and white. Ohio wins. Ohio wins. Ohio wins. 3-1 in 7 innings over the Miami Redhawks in Game 1 of this series and Game 1 of this twin bill. Ohio 23-15 on the year and 14-11 in MAC play. The Redhawks are now 19-21 and 12-14 in the MAC, and they have lost 8 in a row. The Bobcats are 8-4 in the last 12. Joe Rock went 6, struck out 12. Brett Manis in for the save, and Ohio gets 2 home runs. A 2-run shot for Sebastian Fabik and a solo hammer by Trevor Hafner. Tidily played 7-inning contest south of 2 hours. That's what I'm talking about on a 58-degree day. Ohio wins at 3-1. So that's our coverage of Game 1 of the doubleheader. We'll be back in about 35-40 minutes for the nightcap, a 9-inning contest in which Ohio will try to sweep the doubleheader and earn at least a split in this series. For Adam Ridge, I'm Russ Eisenstein. Cats win it 3-1 over Miami. Back in about 35-40 minutes. This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WOUB. Start. Benji Broekman, the center fielder for Miami. Will Vogelsang, the second baseman, and Nate Stone scheduled their left fielder to start it off against Eddie Cutt. The Cali Cat brings it home, and we're off to the races for this 9-inning nightcap of the doubleheader. First pitch at 4:26, 61 degrees, cloud cover in Athens. Eddie Cutt 6-3 with the 3.86 ERA, and the next one misses outside. Count level at a ball and a strike. Benji Broekman started off the ball game in Game 1 with a solo homer on pitch 4. Pitch 3, he bunted at, and he missed. It's a strike. It is 1-2. Broekman came in at 282 and now has 4 homers and 26 runs batted in. Good-looking redshirt freshman from the south suburbs of Chicago. South Holland swings through a breaking ball, strike 3, and that is 11 for Eddie Cutt in one game and one batter. He struck out 10 last weekend in the finale of the series at Kent State. First strikeout here for him. Strikeout number 14 for Bobcat pitching today. Here is Will Vogelsang, the right-handed hitting second baseman. Vogelsang was 0 for 3 in the opener. Vogelsang is 14th in the MAC in hitting. And he shoots this one into left center field on the ground for a base hit. That was to the left of Weissenseal. And so the first hit for Miami, their 5th in this doubleheader. Here's Nate Stone, their left fielder. He struck out not once, not twice, but thrice. 3 times in the opener of this doubleheader. Wears 36 on that red uniform top. Gray pants for Miami. White tops, white pants for the Bobcats. Eddie Cutt from the stretch. Brings it home. Check swing. It's a strike. It's 0-1. Miami dugout didn't like it. Defensively for Ohio, Trevor Lucas in left field. Isaiah Peterson in center and Sebastian Fabik in right. Trevor Hafner at third. Joe Weissenseal short. Michael Richardson at second. Harry Whitworth Dukes, who has a 14-game hitting streak. He's at first. Battery of Tanner Picnic and Eddie Cutt. Cutt baffled him with the curveball. It is 0-2. 9-inning ball game. No games Sunday. Back-to-back days of a 7 and a 9-inning doubleheader. Cutt from the belt. Brings it home. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. That's 2 strikeouts in the inning now. 15 for Bobcat pitching today. Here is Jacob Hensor, their first baseman. Hensor, 3 for 19 this season. Does have an RBI. Right-handed hitting first baseman with a runner on at first. That's Vogelsang. He's their best hitter. And a throw to first. That's a really good pickoff move. Back in time is Vogelsang. Cutt last weekend in the 12-1 win over Miami was awesome. 8 innings, 8 hits, a run. It was earned. Struck out 10, walked none. And he threw right around 100 pitches, 112. Chase Harris finished it off as Ohio won back-to-back games to conclude that series. Trying to go 2 for 2 this weekend against Miami. 0-1 the count. Another throw over. And that's a really good move. Back on the dive is Vogelsang. Ohio won it 3-1 in the opener. 2-run shot Sebastian Fabik. Solo homer Trevor Hafner. 12 strikeouts for Joe Rock in his 8th win. 0-1. Check swing. It's a strike anyway. It's 0-2. The Red Hawk dugout again doesn't like it. Mann has picked up the save, his 6th. 4 pitches into that game, Miami scored its lone run of the game. Hensor with 2 white batting gloves, gentle rock of the bat, and the 0-2, swinging a foul tip. Just friends and family at the ballpark. Scouts have gone on to their next scouting activity, but I would guess that Eddie Cutt will get a look on the next level. He's a strike away from his third K of the first. 0-2 pitch coming to Henser. Swinging a bouncing ball to short. Easy pickings, Weisenseal. Flip to the bag at second. Richardson, there's the force out. And the Redhawks strand a runner. No runs, no hits, no errors, and a man left. That's Henser on a fielder's choice. Inning done in the top of the first. Ohio coming up. This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WOUB. Just did another one today. You'll hear that as we go along. Bottom of the first inning on. Welcome back to the Wren. Grant Hartwig. We've seen him before. 6'5", 235. Right-handed starter. Good presence on the mound. Miami has some arms. They do. He's 4-3 with a 3.22 ERA. His 11th appearance, his 8th start. 52 strikeouts, 8 walks. So these two guys combined, coming into the ballgame today, 110 strikeouts and just 15 walks. Grant Hartwig. I wonder if he's any relation to the Gobbler Hartwigs of southeastern Wisconsin. I'll have to check on that. Miami at 19-21 and 12-14 in the league now. And the first pitch is bunted foul by Isaiah Peterson. He's trying to shoot it to the left side where they are inviting him to go with that exaggerated shift. This is the most pronounced shift we've seen against Pete this year. Peterson in game one drew the collar size 3. Peterson came into the doubleheader with a .324 batting average. Right on left, the kick and the pitch. Tries to go that way again and fouls it off again. It had a chance. It was about 5/6 of the way down the line at third and then took a left. 0-2. Hartwig wears 25. Redshirt senior, Plymouth, Michigan. Detroit Catholic Central High School. Holds the ball in his right hand. Ball meets black glove just below the chin and the 0-2. That's fouled off. More cloud cover than sun. First pitch of the normal series would have been at 5 o'clock. But because of the rain coming on Sunday, we've altered things a bit. We've taken in to the Taylor. 0-2 pitch. Hit the mitt, but it was outside. 1-2. Hartwig, 28 runs, but 18 earned. 50 in the third innings, 48 hits. You'd imagine he'd get a look from somebody. 1-2 pitch coming. Just missed. No, it's called strike 3. That was a pause, evaluation, step back, punch out from the home plate umpire. Strikeout 1 for Grant Hartwig and his 53rd on his season. Here's Michael Richardson. Richardson, game 1, was on base twice. Struck out in the third, singled in the first, walked in the 5th. Right-handed bat, real close to the plate, closed up stance, squared to bunt, fouled it off into the mitt of Stoles, or Stolze. Stolze. The Miami catcher. It's 0-1. We used to have game notes that would have a pronunciation guide on it, but we don't have those anymore. 0-1. Sweeps low and outside from Hartwig. 1-1. So Ohio is 7-6 against Miami in the last 13 games between these two teams. Winning the last one prior to the Game 1 win in 17 innings in the MAC tournament. Last series win was in 2017. That was in Athens. Breaking ball into the zone and a good pitch. Late movement from Hartwig. 2 strikes on Michael Richardson. Bottom of the first, bases empty, 9-inning ball game. Scoreless game right now. Right on right. Tap foul. In that 2017 series, Ohio won 9-5, lost 3-1, and won 3-2. Last time in Oxford, Ohio lost 2-1. That was in 2018. I remember I had a whole lot of barbecue on that trip. It's fouled off, first base side out of play. Stay in Hamilton. Although Hoops, last trip to Oxford, we stayed in Oxford. And that was, no disrespect to Hamilton, a little bit more fun than staying in Hamilton. 1-2 pitch. Called, strike 3 on the outside edge. Again, it is a delayed call. But it is the right call, and that's back-to-back Ks looking to start it off for Hartwig. So he continues Hartwigging. That's 54 strikeouts now. Here's Harry Whitwer Dukes. HWD, Ohio's first baseman. 14-game hitting streak. 1 for 2 with a walk in Game 1. Bases cleared, 2 gone, bottom of the first. He taps his foul to the Bobcat dugout. It's 0-1. So he is 19 for his last 52 from the plate. He's had a hit in 19 of his last 20 games. Big swing and a miss from Hartwig. 2 strikes and nothing on Harry Whitwer Dukes. Just 6 of his 33 games on this level have been hitless. 2 strikes on Whitwer Dukes. Bouncing ball to third. Easy for Kapicki. Throws to first high, but the first baseman stayed on the bag. He fielded that throw in foul ground, but he still stayed on the sack with his right foot. So the throw actually went over Harry Whitwer Duke's head, but Hensor was able to hang on, and the inning's done. 2 strikeouts and a ground out. We played 1 of 9 at least. Ohio and Miami scoreless. This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WOUB.
Ohio Bobcat Baseball 2021 is on WOUB.
Stephen Krause, the leadoff hitter for the Red Hawks here in the top of the second against Eddie Cutt. Miami had a single in the first. Ohio was sent down in order in the bottom of the first. Scoreless game as Krause swings through the next offering from Cutt, and the right-handed hitting DH is down in a 2-strike hole. Now a 2-strike hole and a swing and a miss. 1-2 the count. Lights being turned on here, although it is sunny. Wind is turned around a bit and is blowing out towards center. 1-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Elevated heat, and Kraus K's on that. That's 3. 16 for Bobcat pitching today, and we're in the second inning of the doubleheader. Second game of the doubleheader. Here's Tyler Wardwell. Wardwell, in game 1, did walk in the third. And he was the game's final out. Pop-up on the infield. He flew out to Whitworth Dukes to end the first game, and he pops out to Whitworth Dukes near the line, back of the bag at first for the second out of the second inning. Amazing symmetry. Here's Nate Stoles. 2 outs, bases clear, top of the second. Miami in the red tops. Miami in white print across the chest. Trimmed in white. And this plunked him on the left shoulder, first offering. It's rare that you don't hear that more. Somebody from the dugout yelling out, "Are you okay?" If somebody gets hit by a pitch.
Third baseman number 22, Billy Kopicki.
I didn't hear a response, but he's on at first, so apparently he is okay. Billy Kopicki, their third baseman, all over the plate in the right-handed box. Where's 22, their third baseman? Runner aboard. This is shot to third, caught by Hafner on a fly. And the inning is done. That was just above his shoe tops. He had to look to the umpire to make sure that the ump saw it. 1 pitch, 1 out, 3 out for the Red Hawks. In the second, they strand a runner. We're through with 1.5, scoreless game. Game 2 of the doubleheader, game 2 of the series. This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WOEB. McDonald's, 4 convenient Athens County locations. 2 in Athens, 1 in Nelsonville, 1 in the Plains. As we immigrant song our way to the bottom of the second in this scoreless game. Now on a sunshine splashed Friday afternoon with the lights on in Athens after Ohio won 3-1 in the first game of the doubleheader. And this is game 2 of the Twin Bill, which generally comes after game 1. Grant Hartwig, good pitcher for Miami on the mound, will go at Sebastian Fabic, Trevor Hafner, and Aaron Levy. Middle part of the Bobcat lineup. Talk about the news of the day, and part of that in the Mid-American Conference is around the fact that the baseball tournament and softball tournament are coming back next year. That was announced today, reinstating the tournament. Fabic, who hit the 2-run homer, which proved to be the difference in game 1, dipping and diving all over the place to try to drill it out of here again, and comes up empty. It's 0-1. Fabic over 300 with his average. Right on right. So men's soccer coming back. It's a 4-team tournament. Women's soccer coming back, 6 teams. Next one misses high and wide. Count level at a ball and a strike. Field hockey. That's a 4-team tournament. They played a volleyball tournament And it's 6 teams next season. This is tapped foul by Fabic. A ball and 2 strikes. Men's tennis, which Ohio doesn't have, 4 teams. Lacrosse, Ohio doesn't have 4. Women's tennis having a tournament. Ohio doesn't have that. Softball, 4-team tournament, the highest seed. And baseball, 4 teams at the highest seed. Hartwig tries inside and pushes Fabic off the plate. 2-2. Originally, I believe the tournament was canceled because of cost-cutting measures and COVID in there. 2-2, low and away. Fabic shows restraint. Counts run full. But with the expansion of the conference schedule, and you're playing 40 games, that is a long, long season with a lot of teams, even here with now, including this weekend, 4 weekends to go, with not a lot to play for but pride. Payoff pitch, bouncing ball to second. Fogelsang has that, throws to first in time for the out. 1 gone, bottom of the second. Ohio and Miami scoreless. Here's Trevor Hafner.
The third baseman, number 1, Trevor Hafner.
Hafner homered in the second. Big fly to left just below the scoreboard. Lined out and struck out in game 1. I understand thoughts of cost cutting and all that, but it's just a really long season. This is topped up the third base side foul. It's a really long season, especially at the end of these spring seasons where school is out at most locales, and you might have a whole lot of teams that are playing a whole lot of games, unfortunately, that are being played for pride. I mean, Ohio's upper 4th of the standings, but 7 games back with 16 to go coming into the weekend, and they know the reality. 4 teams, fine. And I personally think could have been done on the fly. But that's not happening this year, but it will be back next year. And we'll see if it stays at 4 teams. I wonder if it will be increased to 6, but 4 is fine. Pitch misses low and outside to Hafner. 1-2 the count. 1 gone, bases clear, bottom of the second. Ohio and Miami scoreless. But this season with COVID protocols and everything and a lot of games being done on the fly, I thought it could have happened on the fly for this season. Pitch misses low and outside. 2-2, but they didn't ask me, and there are people at a pay grade much higher than mine making those decisions. So, Ohio now playing, including this game, 15 left. And to their credit, they're saying and believing all the right things of playing for pride and respect to the program and for the game. And clearly they mean that. 2-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. That had late movement, and Hafner tried to fish and came up empty. That's strikeout 3 for Hartwig. 2 gone, bases clear, bottom of the second, scoreless game.
The DH, number 30, Aaron Levy.
Here's Aaron Levy. Levy in game 1. Struck out, grounded out, popped out. Came into the ball game with a .333 average, but I don't think he had enough at-bats to qualify for top 10 in the league. If he did, he'd be there. Left-handed batter, and Hartwig misses, and it gets away from the catcher, Stolze, for a ball. It's 1-0. But how many times have we said the phrase, it is what it is this year? A lot. And it is what it is, no tournament. And the champion of the league in the regular season is going to get the automatic berth into the NCAA tournament. Ball State and Central Michigan at the top of the league right now. Next one low, 2-0. But no more Avon, at least right now, in the foreseeable future. On-campus site next year somewhere, maybe Athens. That'd be fun. Could be Oxford. Next one in there for a strike. 2-1. And you look at places that have lights and preferably some sort of turf playing field. Miami has that all the way. Ohio has turf on the infield, grass outfield. Next one misses high and wide. Hartwig with an exaggerated follow-through. I think he knew that he didn't have the proper placement on that one. 2 gone, bottom of the second. Bases clear. Ohio and Miami scoreless. Levy takes high and wide, ball 4. First base runner for the Bobcats in the second game of the doubleheader. Here's Trevor Lucas. That said, it was always fun going up to Avon and the neutral site. And no matter what neutral site it is, when you see the banners up there and you have all the teams coming in from all their respective campuses, it has a big feel to it. Even when it was in Chillicothe, at the VA ballpark there, VA Memorial, it had a fun feel to it. Lucas takes low and outside. It's 1-0. He didn't play in game 1. He from California. Lucas with the throw over to first. Back in time is Levy. 282 hitter, making his 13th start, 16th game, a homer and 7 runs batted in. Ohio at home now is 16-6 this year. Lucas hits with 2 gone and a runner on. Eyes a fastball strike. So this year the season will end over Memorial Day weekend. And we'll be in Kalamazoo. Still waiting on word if we could broadcast next week at Akron. I've sent a couple of emails but haven't gotten a response. Next one is low to Lucas. 2-1 the count. But we'll see if we can next weekend for a 4-gamer against the Zips. Throw over to first, got away. Got away from Hensor. The throw was base level, and it hit off the sidewall and into right. Up to second on the errant throw goes Aaron Levy. So an error on the Redhawks, probably on the throw. But if you want to read about the tournaments coming back, it's not a lengthy release, but it's on the Max website and via Max Sports on Twitter. 4 teams next year on the campus side of the regular season champ. Lucas with a runner in scoring position now. Takes one wide. 3-1 the count. 2 gone, bottom of the second, scoreless game. Ohio is down to start game 1. Trying to lead from the start here in game 2. Lucas kind of flops that right elbow, and he banks this one to third. Diving try. Kopicki gets up, throws to first. Got him. What a play. It took a hop in addition to him diving. And so Kopicki had to orchestrate his glove to be able to have that leather meet the ball. And then he got up and threw a P to the first baseman, Hensor. That's a heck of a play. And the inning's done. No runs, no hits, an error, a man left. We've played 2. Scoreless game. This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WOUB. House. Hot dogs, burgers, milkshakes since 1972. And a long foul ball away from Bob Wren Stadium, where we're in the third, and Ohio is knotted up, scoreless with Miami. MAC Hippenhammer, left-handed batting right fielder, swings through the next cut offering. 1-1. Hippenhammer, what a name. Mac Hippenhammer, 3 for 27. 1-2 the count. I mean, really, Mac Hippenhammer as a ball player in the MAC. Perfect. 1-2 misses outside. Hippenhammer, junior from Fort Wayne. 5'11", 186. Mac Hippenhammer. Eddie cut from the line. And that plunked him on the backside. Actually, it's a stretch, really, but Hippenhammer is hit, so he didn't use the hammer. Second batter hit by Eddie Cutt. Leadoff man on in the third. Here's Benji Brokman. They've got some names on this team now. Benji Brokman. Mac Hippenhammer. Grant Hartwig. Will Vogelsang. I mean, these are all MAC names. Brokman broke through 4 pitches in game 1, and he was going for the downs again. Came up empty. It's 0-1. He struck out in his first plate appearance. Scoreless game, top of the third. Lights on, but we don't need them right now because it's sunny. Cloud cover dissipating. Chance of rain falling off. Cut really works from the stretch. I said wind earlier. It is a stretch for the Cali Cat. Swing and a miss. That, I think, was already in the mitt of Picnic when Brokman swung. I passed by his hometown on the way out of northern Illinois last week on the way to Kent State. South Holland. 0-2. That's tapped between the legs of the home plate umpire back to the screen. Cut from the belt. And the pitch. Bouncing ball to short, could be 2. Weissenseal Richardson 1. Brokman can fly, and Ohio still got him. That's a 6-4-3 double play. I mean, he was really sprinting, and Ohio had to turn it quick. Double play, 2 gone. Top of 3 scoreless game. Here's Will Vogelsang. Vogelsang hits, he singled in the first. Their best hitter takes one low. 5 o'clock in the Eastern time zone. This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340, WOUB Athens, Ohio, USA. 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 Big swing and a miss for Vogelsang. Count level at a ball and a strike. So Miami has lost 8 in a row now. Miami is 2-12 in its last 14. Cut for Vogelsang. Low and in. And ask Craig Moore in the pregame interview and on the video that we did about the difference between them at the start of the year and now. It's not hitting. Vogelsang didn't hit that. Swings through a breaking ball from Cut. Eddie has 3 Ks on the day. Strike away from his 4th. He hit Hippenhammer to start off the inning. Now a double play. And now he wipes to a new pitch. Right on right. And that goes behind the back of Vogelsang back to the brick base on the backstop. 2-2 the count. 3-2, I'm sorry. 3-2. This is tap foul at the plate to the Bobcat dugout. The Red Hawks have the lone hit of the ball game. That was a one-out single by Vogelsang in the first. Stands upright in the right-handed box. Payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. That's 4 Ks for Cut with a K. 14 in his last 2 starts now. And that is 17 for Bobcat pitching today. We're through at 2.5. Scoreless game. Game 2 of the doubleheader. Game 2 of the series. This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WOUB. Behavioral health. Resources for behavioral health online at integratedservices.org. Tanner Picnic leads it off. Bottom of the third, scoreless game. Grant Hartwig back on the mound. Rare to see pitchers use that kind of play card wristband, but that's what they do. Danny Hayden's crew, and Hartwig fires in a strike. It's 0-1. Picnic making the start in Game 2. Mason Minzy was the starter in Game 1. Picnic, 10 for 51. This is his 15th start. Right-handed batter, and he fouls it into the mitt of his catching counterpart, Stolze, for a strike. 0-2. Again, these are 2 K artists. Hartwig comes set, brings it home. That's low. 1-2. Ohio won Game 1 3-1. Less than 2 hours. That's the way to start off a doubleheader. Right on right here, and the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. He rushes it up there. He's got a good presence on the mound. And Picnic is strikeout victim number 1, 2, 3, 4. Here's Joe Weisenseal. Ohio's shortstop. 0 for 2 in Game 1, lined out and flew out. Upright in the right-handed box, tried to check the swing with that red and black bat, but he committed. It's a strike. It's 0-1. Thanks for watching on the YouTube stream on OhioBobcats.com and on the YouTubes, wherever you're watching today. And that's a fact-checking device to tell you if I'm lying to you or not, which I rarely do. Sometimes my head might be down and I might not be looking at the play exactly, and I've just got to make it up. So, 0-2. That was low and outside. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Throw down to first in time. Back-to-back Ks for Hartwig. Isaiah Peterson was the first strikeout of the ball game. That's 5 now for Hartwig. That is 64 for his, I'm sorry, that is 57 for his season. And here's Isaiah Peterson. For a ball club Ohio with the 6th best offense overall this year in the MAC and 5th best in conference play. Peterson takes a fastball strike, right on left. It's 0-1. Peterson, top 10 in the league in hitting, 9th. Whitworth Dukes, 12th. Fabic, 13th. And again, not enough at-bats apparently to qualify for Aaron Levy. There's a strike. 0-2. Hartwig's a strike away from striking out the side, which Joe Rock did in Game 1 of the doubleheader. Check of the play sheet, pitch sheet, and up to the mound. And Hartwig misses low and outside. Had to enunciate there in order to not say something I shouldn't say on the air. 1-2 the count, 2 gone. Again, wide open left side of the infield with the pull side shift. 1-2 popped up. This is into shallow left. Long run coming in is Stone. He dives and he made the play on a feet first slide. Maybe about 20 feet back of the infield turf and maybe 15 feet off the line. He had to come in a long way with the pull side shift in the outfield, and he made a really good play. And the Bobcats are done in order in the 3rd. We go to the 4th, scoreless game. Who's going to break through? This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WOEB.
#2021 is on WOUB.
First pitch swinging, Nate Stone hops one to first off the bag. Whitworth Dukes underhand toss to Eddie Cutt, who's there, and he taps the sack with his right spike for the out. That's the spirit. 1 pitch, 1 out. Stone 0 for 2 today. Here's the first baseman, Jacob Henser.
First baseman number 33, Jacob Hensler.
Rounded into a fielder's choice in the 1st. Top of the 4th, scoreless game. Ohio and Miami from Bob Wren Stadium in Athens. Eddie Cutt with his 2nd start. Line drive to short, backing up Weisenseal. Short outfield turf. Fires a strike to first, and he got him. 2 gone. That was a great play by Weisenseal. And Ohio defensively has been dominant over the last couple of weekends. 2 bang-bang plays to start off the 4th. So when Cutt isn't clipping them with the K, Ohio's D is putting them away. Here's Steven Krause, and I think, I'm not sure about this, but just to bust up the quick pace here, Krause is going to have a word with third base coach, who may or may not be their head coach, Danny Hayden. Because, I mean, that was fast. And this is, I mean, what really would there be to talk about with the bases empty and 2 gone? Really? I'm pretty sure that was just to slow things down. This ain't my first rodeo, and I'm sure that's what he was doing. Krause back into the box. Big swing and a miss. It's 0-1. Yeah, there are little tricks to slow things down, and I don't know what that conversation was about. It may or may not have been about baseball. Pitch misses low and outside, 1-1 the count. The Cubs are about to win their 4th in a row. 3-0 Cubs on the Pirates, although the Buccos have something going in the top of the 9th. Runners on 2nd and 3rd and 1 gone, but down 3-0. The Cubs swept the Dodgers and now trying to take game 1 of a weekend series against the Pirates. Next one went back to the backstop, and the 2-1 offering is knee buckling breaking ball. It's 2-2. Time called as cut was in his wind. He didn't like that very much. Open stance, Kraus. Right-handed box. Here it is from Eddie Cutt. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So that time called talk that may or may not been about baseball didn't do much in the top of the 4th. The Red Hawks go down in order. Strikeout number 5 for Eddie Cutt. That's 15 over his last 2 starts. Scoreless game as we go to the bottom of the 4th. Who's going to break through, Bobcats or Red Hawks? This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WOUB. And the back end of a 5-hour energy and some water. That's how I'm having my 5 o'clock somewhere. Grant Hardwick back out to the mound. 2, 3, and 4 scheduled. Ohio in the bottom of the 4th of this scoreless game. Richardson struck out looking in the 1st, and he hammers one off his left foot to start off the 4th. And again, if you want to know what that feels like, grab a hammer and whack yourself with it. Because that's what that feels like right now. I wouldn't suggest you do that. But if you want to know what that feels like, that's what it's like. The pitch from Hartwig. There's a strike. Compliance Hildebrand is here. It's all because of the parking spot why Ohio won Game 1. We are fully compliant today. No NCAA violations being broken today. And the pitch. Bouncing ball to third. Room service hop with a little leap there for Kapicki. Picked it clean and throws to first in time. 1 gone here in the 4th. Here's Harry Whitworth Dukes. 14-game hitting streak. Battle for the Ohio Cup tonight. That vaunted trophy. Wade Miley, Zach Plesac, Reds, Tribe Time, Progressive Field at 7:10. Reds just beat the White Sox 1-0 with some curious Tony La Russa decisions on Thursday afternoon at Great American Ballpark. There's a strike to Whitworth Dukes. 0-2. My Brewers take on the Marlins in Miami tonight. Milwaukee has lost 5 in a row after the high times and good beer over the Dodgers over the weekend. White Sox and Royals at Kauffman tonight. Rodon v. Keller. 1-2 the count with 1 away and the bases clear. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Elevated heat. Oof. He could rush it up there now. Hartwig. That had some hair on it. Strikeout 6. Here's Sebastian Fabik.
The right fielder, number 34, Sebastian.
Well, I spoke too soon because the Pirates have now put on 2 on the Cubs in the top of the 9th. Swing and a miss for Fabik. It's 0-1. Three-2 Cubs now, 2 gone. We'll check max scores as we go along in the 5th. Check swing, Fabik went around anyway, strike anyway. And Hartwig appears to be in a groove, much like Cut. Fabik grounded out in the 2nd. Hartwig trying for his 7th strikeout. And the pitch. He got it. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 2 good pitchers dueling today. We head to the 5th, scoreless game, Ohio and Miami. This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WEB. Ohio and Miami are scoreless as we go to the 5th. Eddie Cut back on the mound with 5 strikeouts. Miami has the lone hit of the ball game. Has 1 error. Ohio hitless to this point. Tyler Wardwell in there for Miami to lead off the 5th, and he takes a strike. Count level at a ball and a strike. 6, 7, and 8 scheduled here against Eddie Cut, who is working from a wind. And the pitch misses inside. It's 2-1. His father's here. Saw him before the ball game. Eddie's from California. Parents live up in Missoula, Montana now, or just outside of the home of the Montana Grizzlies. Says he loves it up there. Swing and a fly ball. This is on the infield. And this is a tough play in the sun, but Richardson shielded his eyes from the sun with his glove, and he makes the catch. 1 gone here in the 5th, scoreless game. Here's Nate Stolze. Said does a lot of fly fishing. Loves the peace and quiet, but still accessible to town. I spent a year in the Big Sky as the voice of the Idaho State Bengals. Enjoyed a trip to Missoula. Line drive center field by Stolze, but right there's Peterson. Has it pegged, and he makes the catch for out number 2. Here's Billy Kapicki. Didn't get a chance to broadcast football
The third baseman, number
at
22, Billy Capel.
Washington Grizzlies Stadium, but did at Dahlberg Arena. That's the best arena in the Big Sky Conference, the home of the Montana Grizzlies. Pitch misses up and in. 1-0 the count. I broadcasted a football game at Montana State. Final Saturday of September, and there was snow on the ground. Bouncing ball to second, knocked down by Richardson, picks it up, throws to first, going to be late. It's an infield hit. Richardson to his right, and his glove hand is his left hand, and so he had to kind of reach around, knock it down. Did well to knock it down. No ruling on the scoreboard yet, but I figure that is an error they give him. E4. He had to hustle over to his right, knocked it down. We'll see if that sticks. Obviously, if he fields it cleanly, it's an out. Mac Hippenhammer, who was hit by a pitch earlier, tried to hammer down, and he comes up empty. It's 0-1. Runner at first, 2 gone. Yeah, that was an interesting year in the Big Sky country. 9 months in Pocatello, Idaho. 0-1 pitch. Low. 1-1. Then I found out about this job and been here since. How about it? 1-1. Swing and a miss. Always good to see friendly faces at the ballpark. Friends and family here to see the Bobcats and Red Hawks. Scoreless game, top of the 5th. Miami is the game's lone hit as it stands now. Cut on a 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Tailing away from the left-handed hitter for strikeout number 6 on the day for Cut with the K. Red Hawks strand a man. There was an error in the inning. We're through with 4.5 in a 9-inning ball game at least. Ohio trying to get its first hit next. This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WOUB. Trevor Hafner looking for Ohio's first hit of the day against Grant Hartwig. Big swing and a miss. It's 0-1. Hartwig's been good. 7 strikeouts. There was a walk in the second, and that's Ohio's lone base runner, and that was Aaron Levy. And he's on deck. Scoreless game. What looks to be a slider sweeps low and outside. It is 1-1. Right-handed starter out of Michigan. 6'5", 235. Good presence on the mound. 0-1 coming. Swing and a miss. Actually a little foul tip. It's 0-2. That is an error officially on Richardson. On Kapicki's run to first after he hit that to second. 1-2 pitch. Just reached the bat on the ball, reached out and poked it foul. Did Hafner. He struck out in the second. 7 strikeouts for Grant Hartwig. Eddie Cutt to this point has thrown 6. 1-2 pitch coming. In the turf. 2-2. Promised max scores. Will deliver this half inning. Eastern Michigan beat Bowling Green 8-0. That's the other final from earlier today. They're playing game 2 of that doubleheader now. Check swing on the pitch, low and away, didn't go. Counts run full. Good at bat for Trevor Hafner. EMU 9, BGSU 4. Bottom of the 7th inning. They're playing that at Stellar Field. Payoff pitch. Hartwig to Hafner. It's fouled back. Western Michigan 9, Northern Illinois 7. Top of the 6th at the Ralph in DeKalb. But the Super Series of the weekend is Ball State and Central Michigan. Payoff pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Hartwig is dialed in. That is 8 strikeouts now. That's 3 in a row. And that is 5 strikeouts in the last, 6-7 batters. Here's Aaron Levy. Top of the 7th at Mount Pleasant. Ball State 3, Central Michigan 3. Right on left, and Levy bows his legs back and takes one inside. Final in Chicago, the Cubs do win over the Pirates 3-2. The Buccos had the bases loaded and couldn't score the tying run. Next one fouled back to the screen. Count level at a ball and a strike. Gentle breeze, temperatures in the upper 50s. No rain expected tomorrow. On the air just before 1 o'clock for game 1 of the doubleheader, game 3 of the series. 1-1, hit on the ground, headed towards right, to his left, flagging it down. Vogelsang throws to first, got him by a fraction of a step. Vogelsang ranged way to his left, and he was able to make the play. 2 up, 2 down in the 5th. Here's Trevor Lucas. So Levy
The left fielder, number 24, Trevor Lucas.
gave it a shot for the Bobcats' first hit. 2 gone, bases clear, bottom of the 5th. This is hammered off the left foot of Lucas. Foul. And Miami's bench feels that that was an acting job, that Lucas didn't hit it off his foot, that he chopped it in front of the plate. Home plate umpire peeled down to first, and the first base umpire said, yeah, that was a foul ball. 0-1 coming. Well outside. 1-1. Akron and Kent State about set to start. That's at Schoonover Stadium. And you're up to date on all the MAC wheelings and dealings today. Lucas swings and foul tips. 2 strikes and a ball on Ohio's right-handed hitting left fielder. Hartwig is a strike away from no-hitting Ohio through 5. 1-2. Check swing. They appeal. No, he didn't go. 2-2. That was actually dropped by Stolze. That was by design. It was in the turf, low and away, and Lucas showed some restraint there. Two and two, the count, 2 gone. Bases clear, bottom of the 5th. Grant Hartwig from the stretch. With nobody on. And the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. He rushed it past him. Lucas is strikeout victim 9. A no-hitter through 5. Scoreless game, Ohio and Miami. From Athens, this is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WOUB. Rock with you into the 6th. Scoreless game, Ohio and Miami. We got a pitcher's duel here, friends. Miami has just 1 hit. Miami is an air. Ohio is an air and no hits. Bunch of zeros up there. As we go to the 6th, Benji Brokmand will lead it off. Swings and misses against Eddie Cutt, who also has been outstanding. 6 strikeouts. Hit 2 batters. 0-1. Stabbing at it, offering in a bunt fashion is Brokmand, and he comes up empty. He thought that he pulled it back, but there was a motion forward. And the freshman feels that he didn't offer. Here it is from Cutt in the turf. 1-2. Scoreless game. Game 2 of the doubleheader. Ohio and Miami scoreless after Ohio won game 1, 3-1. Shot down the line and right, foul by a foot. Maybe about 6 feet towards the outfield turf, which would be the grass. Turf infield. 1-2. Redhawks trying to end an 8-game losing streak. And they've got the arms that you figure that they wouldn't lose 8 in a row. This is popped up down the line and the right, long run and running out of room. Is Sebastian Fabic towards the bullpen. 1-2. Ohio's also 7 wins away from another 30-win season. Ohio had a 30-win season in 03, 05, 15, and 17. 1-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Late movement breaking ball. K7 on the day to start off the Red Hawk 6th. Here's Will Vogelsang. He struck out in the 3rd and singled in the 1st. He has the game's lone hit. And that was 2 batters in. Remember, the Red Hawks 4 pitches in game 1. Hit a home run. That was their lone run. Vogelsang squared to bunt, pulled it back, took a strike. It's 0-1. Hafner's charging at third. He's got the sunglasses on the back of his cap. Glasses on at first for Whitwer Dukes. Off the bag, even with the bag. Pitch taken high, it's 1-1. Lights on, but sunshine. Turned into a nice day. High chopper over the mound to second. To his right, Richardson, chest high hop, throws a strike to first. 2 up, 2 down in the 6th. Here's Nate Stone, their left fielder. Oh, we got a pitcher's duel now. Opposition hitting .242 against Grant Hartwig coming in. Against Eddie Cutt, batting average against .221 and plummeting for both sides. Stone swings and misses, 0-1. Struck out in the first, grounded out in the 4th. Cutt coming back. Another pitch that induces a long swing and a miss from Stone. Oh, and 2 the count. 2 gone, top of the 6th. Cutt has 7 strikeouts on the day. Check swing and a pitch that's a little bit away. 1-2. Stone back into the box. 2 white batting gloves. Red helmet. Black bat. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Tailing away from the left-handed hitter. Strikeout 8. Redhawks go down in order in the 6th. Just 1 hit for Miami. Hartwig throwing a no-hitter into the bottom of the 6th. Scoreless game. Game 2 of the double dip. Game 2 of the series. This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WOUB. Game when you don't get a hit. I mean, it is possible with walks and errors and all of that, but largely 99.9% of games, if you're going to win them, you need to get a hit. Might be even more than that. Tanner Picnic on now. 8-9-1 against Grant Hartwig, who has a no-no into the 6th, and the first one misses a little bit outside. It's 1-0. It's pitch 72 from Grant Hartwig. 9 strikeouts and a walk through 5 innings. Right-handed arm, Grant Hartwig. Works from the stretch to the right-handed hitting Picnic. There's a strike framed up by Stoles, the catcher for Miami. Count level at a ball and a strike. Outfield straight up. Picnic strikeout victim 4 in the 3rd. Hits here now to lead off the 6th. Whole lot of zeros on that scoreboard. This is turned on, down the line and left deep. Long run Stone towards the corner, looks up and he makes the catch as he coasted against the wall. Right at the 340 marker down the line, maybe a foot fair. An extra foot and it's gone. But a long, loud out for Picnic. Here's Joe Weisenseal. No-hitter through 5 1/3. Here's Weisenseal, who struck out in the third, and the pitch from Hartwig. That was a late emergency swing, tapped foul. 0-1. So you've got two pitchers into the sixth that have combined to allow a grand total of 1 hit. Weisenseal trying to bust it up. Here it is from Hartwig. This is popped up, straight up the elevator shaft, back of the plate. Backing up on it is Stolze, and he tumbles down and makes the catch. A backwards rollover, and he made the catch, and he hung on to the ball. What a play. 2 gone, bases clear. Isaiah Peterson's the batter now. 77 pitches for Hartwig. Remember, this is a Miami team that was perfectoed last Friday. Jordan Patty threw a perfect game against him in a 14-0 win. Here, Peterson 0 for 2. Shoots it down the line and left, fair by a foot, and the no-hitter's busted up. Hitting first and cruising into second with a stand-up double is Isaiah Peterson. And Grant Hartwig no-no'd the Cats through 5 2/3. Double here for Peterson. He tried it in every at-bat prior with bunt attempts and just trying to shoot it the other way. With the pull side shift on, he dumped it just fair onto the outfield grass by less than a foot probably. And it's a double for Peterson. And that's Ohio's first hit. Here's Michael Richardson. Struck out in the first, grounded out in the fourth. So Ohio with another extra base hit. Here it is from Hartwig. He shoots this to the right side, well off the bag. Hensor to a covering Hartwig. Got him. That took some fancy Fred Astaire footwork at first to tap dance on the sack for the out. And the inning is done. That's a good play, too. 3-1, but the no-hitter is done. We head to the 7th scoreless game. Who's going to blink first in this staring contest in Game 2 of the doubleheader? This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WOUB. And Athens by morning. Jacob Hensor turns on the first pitch deep to left and on the run. Making the catch is Lucas. Extended his left gloved hand right in front of the warning track. The bullpen gives him a round of applause as he's about 25 feet away from him. Read the ball well. Hensor on a line to left, out number 1 in the 7th as Eddie Cutt continues to cut down the Redhawks. Scoreless game, each team with the hit, each team with an error. We're in the 7th. Here's Steven Krause, their DH. He struck out twice, and he takes one low. It is 1-0. Ohio's outfield, all of them, even guys that don't play every day, like Lucas, they read the ball really well off the bat. Krause, right-handed hitter, fouls it off. 1-1. There have been 3 no-hitters in Major League Baseball this year, and in each of those TV broadcasts at least, and I know for sure one on radio, they talked about the no-hitter as it was happening. 1-1, low and in, it's 2-1. The broadcaster jinx does not exist. Whatever is set up here has no impact on what happens on the field. And so I'm sure there are Miami fans or parents who are saying, well, he talked about the no-hitter, and that's why it was busted up. No, doesn't work that way. 2-1, misses inside, 3-1 on Stephen Krause. They talked about it on the radio call of the no-hitter for Baltimore earlier this week. White Sox talked about it. Padres talked about it, and they still happened. There's a strike, 3-2. I talked about it when Connor Sitz had a no-hitter in the MAC tournament back in 2015. Broadcaster jinx does not exist. Payoff pitch, called, strike 3. K number 9, feeling fine, Eddie Cutt. That's 19 in his last 2 starts now. Krause, also with the K, goes down via the K for the 3rd time. Here's Tyler Wardwell, their shortstop, who's 0 for 2. Scoreless game, bases clear, top of the 7th. Squared a bunt, pulled it back, took a changeup outside. It's 1-0. There are too many things to talk about when it comes to that kind of stuff to ignore it from happening. They could ignore it in the dugout all they want. That's fine. But there are too many storylines and too many factoids and just too much emotion to paint the picture of to ignore the fact that a no-hitter's happening or a perfect game happening or anything else for that matter. 1-1 misses outside. It's 2-1. And again, if what I said had any impact on what's happening out there, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be somewhere else. 2-1 rolled foul. Probably not working in college athletics and probably in Las Vegas. I mean, speaking a blackjack into existence, I mean, every time. 2-2 pitch, hit on the ground to the right side, well off the bag. Whitworth Dukes plants, throws, got him. Great play all the way around. There have been great defensive plays on both sides today. This is a pitcher's duel for 1 and an offensive duel for 2. Time to stretch in Athens. 1 hit aside, 1 error aside, no runs combined. Scoreless game. Oof, we got a humdinger. This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WEB. Crowd participation in this 7th inning stretch is really, really unfortunate. No one is one person, 2 people are standing for the 7th inning stretch? Come on now. Harry Whitworth Dukes, despite all of that, will lead it off here in the bottom of the 7th. He's got a hitting streak to keep alive. 14-gamer, in fact. Grant Hartwig back on the mound. 3, 4, and 5 scheduled. Meat of the Bobcat lineup in this, scoreless game. Was caught mid-hiccup there. 1-0 the count. This would be a fine time to get the hiccups. 1-0 pitch coming. Tapped. Slowly up the third base line. To pick it up, it is Hartwig. Throws to first late. That's how the hitting streak continues to 15. A swinging bunt 15 games in a row for Harry Whitwer Dukes. You remember, Rudy Rote broke the all-time hit record here at Ohio via replay review at the MAC tournament in 2019. So they all don't have to be laser beams. And Ohio gets the leadoff man on for the first time in the second game of the doubleheader. Here's Sebastian Fabic, scoreless game, bottom of the seventh, second hit for the Cats here. Whitwer Dukes on. And Fabic squares to bunt, did stab at it, tipped it into the mitt of Stoles for strike one. It's 0-1. And with the way that Ohio has had extra base hits, 52 of them, 53 of them in fact, in now 3+ series, getting a man into scoring position, you figure they'll be able to execute. Bunt put down in front of the plate. They had a play at second, but a strike-high fastball thrown over to first by Hartwig gets the runner there. It did look like, with the man covering at second, and with the pace that Hartwig could put on the ball, they might have had a chance to get him at second. In fact, I think they would have. Sack complete, 1-3. Up to second goes Whitwer Dukes. Here's Trevor Hafner. Bottom of the seventh, scoreless game, Ohio and Miami. One gone. 3 combined hits, 2 combined errors, 0 combined runs. Hartwig brings it home. Bouncing ball headed up the middle. It's there. Past a diving Wardwell into center. Rounding third and coming in to score is Harry Whitwer Dukes. Infield single, bunt, RBI single, 1-0 Bobcats here in the bottom of the seventh. Trevor Hafner comes through. Everybody executed there. Here's Aaron Levy. Wardwell booked it to his left and dove, but just couldn't keep it on the infield. If he did, that might have prevented the run from scoring. Probably would have. Here's Levy. Walked, grounded out, scalds this foul to the right of the Miami dugout. So Trevor Hafner comes through. RBI 14. He had a solo homer in game one. So he's been a big part of this double dip offensively. 0-1, hit on the ground to second. To his left, Vogelsang throws to second, and they get the lead runner for out number 2. It was a close play with the shortstop Wardwell not giving up on that play and hustling to the bag for the out. So Hafner retired on the fielder's choice. Levy aboard now. Here's Trevor Lucas. Two gone, runner at first, 1-0 Ohio. Throw over to first, back in time is Levy. Another throw over. Ooh, pretty close on the dive back by Levy. So it took into the 7th inning to get the game's first run. 1-0 Ohio, 2 gone, runner at first. Lucas, who's made a couple of good defensive plays in left, tried to check up, couldn't. Strike anyway, it's 0-1. Ohio's been in this position before where the Bobcats have won the first 2 games of a series. Ohio, remember, only has just 1 series win. That was over Eastern Michigan. Lost to Bowling Green, splits against everybody else. 0-1, sweeps Loman outside. 1-1 the count. Miami took care of Eastern Michigan as well. Bobcats trying to go to 24-15 and 15-11 in MAC play. And 6 wins away from 30 with no MAC tournament this year. Hartwig from the stretch. Kicks and fires. That's hammered foul. On the ground, wide of the Bobcat dugout. 1-2. On the air tomorrow just before 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock first pitch. Another doubleheader. 7-inning, 9-inning. Braxton Kelly expected to start for Ohio. 1-2 pitch from Hartwig to Trevor Lucas. Instead, another throw over to first. So now you would figure, with Ohio in the lead, with 6 outs to get, cut for the 8th as long as he can go there, and then Manis back out for the 9th. It's set up well. 1-2 called, strike 3, and Hartwig has been really outstanding today. I mean, these 2 starters have been just super. Strikeout of Lucas. Strikeout 10 for Hartwig. Wow. But the Bobcats bust through. 1-0. We go to the 8th. RBI single, Trevor Hafner. This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WOUB. "19 strikeouts. His next pitch today will be his 79th, and the first one is a strike called. It's 0-1 to Nate Stolze. 7, 8, and 9 for the Redhawks. 1-0 Ohio. We're in the top of the 8th. Next one bounces in from Eddie Cutt. 1-1. Stolze was hit by a pitch in the 2nd. Flew out in the 5th. Ohio's had good defense today. And the pitch. Sweeps a little bit outside. 2-1. Wind has calmed down a bit. 2-1 pitch. A little bit outside. 3-1. Bottom of the lineup. Defense behind. 3-1 pitch. Bouncing ball wide of third, foul. Three and two the count. Cutt looking for his 10th strikeout, back-to-back starts. He just got it. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Stoles, victim 10. Here's Billy Kopicki, who reached on an error in the 5th, lined out in the 2nd. Bases clear, 1 gone, top of the 8th, 1-0 Ohio. The RBI single by Trevor Hafner after the infield single by Harry Whitwer-Dukes. Comebacker back to the base of the mound, picked up by Cutt. He had to find it and then threw to first in time. It was knocked down by Eddie on the follow-through, and he had to reach down, and the ball had to stop moving on him on the roll. Throw to first in time. Ohio's defense over the last couple of weekends has been dominant. Mac Hippenhammer is going to be lifted. So Hippenhammer's day is done.
Number 15, Cole Andrews.
Cole Andrews is the batter now for Miami. Andrews playing in his 30th game. He started 25. He played in game 1. Andrews picked up a hit, struck out twice. 244 hitter coming into the doubleheader. Takes a slow one for Cut, or from Cut, for his strike. It's 0-1. Bright sunshine now. 0-1, strike. It's 0-2. Cut is a strike away from his 11th K today and his blackjack 21st over his last 2 starts. 2 gone, bases clear in the pitch. Check swing and a pitch in the turf. Skidding to stop it was Picnic. And it's important there because if the umpire said that Andrews offered, the throw to first would have to be made, and keeping that in front would be important. 1-2. Hit the spot, but it's outside of the zone to the right-handed hitter. It's 2-2. Two pitch, 2 gone, top of 8. Misses a little bit away, 3-2. Good eye by Andrews. Ohio trying to go 9-4 in its last 13 and continue Miami's losing streak to 9. 3-2, a little bit away, ball 4. Walked the 9-hole man, which was Hippenhammer, but it's Andrews, and Andrews was higher up in the lineup, so not your conventional 9-man. Benji Brokmand is the batter now. Going to get a pinch runner for Miami here, and that's important. It's a tying runner. Pinch runner is J.J. Woolwine.
For Miami of Ohio, J.J. Woolwine. Now batting, the center fielder, number 11, Benji Brooklyn.
Woolwine pinch runs. He, redshirt freshman from Fishers, Indiana. Delightful suburb of Indianapolis. Brokman struck out, double play, strikeout. Quick throw to first with Dukes taking the throw. Woolwine playing in his 7th game. He does have a start. He hasn't stolen a base yet. Modest lead at first. High throw over that Dukes had to leap up for. 2 gone, top of 8, runner at first, 1-0 Ohio. The run scored in the bottom of the 7th. Ohio trying to shape it up for Manis in the 9th to save it. And the pitch. There's a strike. 0-1. Cut's next pitch is his 89th. 10 strikeouts, 1 walk, 7 2/3 to this point. And the pitch. Outside, knockdown Picnic, backside throw to first, tag applied late. Both sides have flashed the leather today. Both sides have pitched it pretty well today. And in game 2, very well, both sides. Cut from the stretch. The break even. Low and away. 2-1. Two gone in the 8th. Brokmand takes low and outside. 3-1. Don't want to put that tying runner into scoring position with their best hitter coming up next, Will Vogelsang. 3-1 the count, 2 gone. Cut wipes to another pitch. Light tan mitt at his belt. And the 3-1. Bouncing ball to short. Easy for Weisenseal. Shovel toss Richardson. Force out, inning done. No runs, no hits, no errors. Fielder's choice ends the Red Hawk 8th. 1-0 Bobcats Game 2 of the doubleheader, Game 2 of the series. Ohio trying to sweep the Redhawks in the first game of this weekend, first day of this weekend. This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WOUB. Eddie Cutt having a little bit of a tightrope in the top of the 8th. Runner on, but able to get out of it. Parker Massman in right field for Miami. And the first one is a strike called to Tanner Picnic as Grant Hartwig is still in there for Miami. Next pitch is his 91st. Brings it home, low and outside. 1-1. So Ohio has scored a ton of runs coming into this series, 95 in 3 weekends, but is proving that it can be on top in low-scoring games too. 99 runs in the last now 13 games. Average around 8 runs a contest. Hartwig throws into strike. Count level at 2 balls and 2 strikes on the 8-hole hitting Tanner Picnic. Struck out in the 3rd, flew out in the 6th. Bright sunshine, gentle breeze. Hartwig has 10 strikeouts. Still has 10. No, got 11. Late call, strike 3, outside edge. That's a good call. Probably clipped the outside edge of the plate. That's 11 strikeouts for Hartwig. Here's Joe Weisenseal. First one in there for a strike from Hartwig. 0-1 on Weisenseal, who struck out and popped out in his first 2 plate appearances. 1-0 Ohio, bottom of the 8th. This is smoked on the ground to short and underneath the charging glove of Wardwell and into left. Ohio's 4th hit.
The center fielder, number 5, Isaiah Peterson.
Here's Isaiah Peterson. The double for Peterson in the 6th busted up the no-hitter. And they're done with the extreme pull-side shift on him. They've got Kopicki in standard conventional third base form. Outfield straight up, 1 gone. Bottom of the 8th, Ohio on top, 1-0. This is tapped foul. It's 0-1. Weisenseal with the single. 4 hits when Ohio didn't have a hit through 5 2/3. Closing strong offensively. Hartwig 3 pitches away from 100. Works from the stretch the whole time and brings it home. Smacked to first, caught. It's a double play. There was nothing that Weisenseal could have done about that. That was a bullet to Hensor, who caught it and turned to his left and tapped the bag for the out. So a 3 unassisted double play brings us into the 9th as it's time to pump it up at Bob Wren. Ohio trying to sweep Miami in the doubleheader. 1-0 Bobcats. This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WOUB. Lost in all this was the fact that Miami hasn't had a hit since the first inning. They've had base runners, but they haven't had a hit since the first. I had to double check and look at the scoreboard. Yeah, Miami has just 1 hit. Brett Manis on. Will Vogelsang at the plate. Manis saved it in game 1, the 3-1 win. First one low and in, it's 1-0. Vogelsang does have the lone Miami hit. That was in the first inning. So the fact that Ohio got its first hit in the 6th, yeah, that's something. One hit on the ground, right back to Manis on the mound. Caught it on the follow through and throws to first in time. 1 gone in the 9th. Here's Nate Stone. So 5 2/3, that's when Ohio got its first hit. Miami hasn't had a hit since the first inning. First one low to Nate Stone. 1-0. Stone struck out, grounded out, struck out. Manis from the wind. Left-handed batter is Stone. Takes a breaking ball strike. It's 1-1. Pitching, defense, and literally, and I mean literally, just enough offense to try to sweep the doubleheader now. Hammered on the ground to first, backing up Harry Whitworth-Dukes. He'll win the sprint to the sack for out number 2. Here's Jacob Hensor. Grounded into a fielder's choice. Ground out in the 4th. Line out in the 7th. Miami has 1 hit. It was the second batter. Miami's had base runners since, but not via a hit. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now 5 as Hensor's hit by the pitch. 2 gone, top of the 9th, man on now. Here's Steven Krause. He's struck out 3 times. Back of the box on the right-hand side. Open stance. Rocks the bat up and down. 2 gone, runner at first. Top of the 9th, 1-0 Ohio. 1 hit for the Redhawks. Manis left on right. Drops in a breaking ball strike. It's 0-1. There's been defense behind Cut and Manis today. Outfield of Lucas, Peterson, and Fabic. Infield Hafner, Weisenseal, Richardson, Dukes. Picnic catching game 2. 0-1. Big swing and a miss. Strike 2. Redhawks down to their final strike and in danger of losing their 9th in a row. And their 13th in their last 15. 0-2 the count, 2 gone, top of 9, runner on at first. Here it is from Manis. Shot foul, just to the left of the Bobcat dugout. The run for Ohio came in the bottom of the 7th inning. The first hit for Ohio came in the 6th. Miami's lone hit was in the 1st. Manis trying to close it down for the 2nd time today. Trying to sweep the Redhawks in this doubleheader. 0-2 pitch coming. Check swing. Did he go? No. He didn't go. That's the right call. He checked it up. If that wasn't a check swing, then there could not possibly be a check swing. I think Bobcat fans were seeing with their hearts there. 1-2 the count, 2 gone, top of the 9th, runner at first. Manis for Steven Krause. Swing and a miss, strike 3. The Bobcats sweep Miami in the doubleheader. Ohio's won 9 of its last 13. Ohio is 8-6 in the last 14 against Miami. Ohio 1 hits the Redhawks with 1 run. 1-0 Ohio. Paint this green and white. Ohio wins. Ohio wins. Ohio wins. That's the ball game. An abbreviated post-game show is next. This is Bobcat Baseball on AM 1340 WOUB.